Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 at 4:30 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
there are no changes for our agenda this evening, so I move approval of the agenda as published. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Next item up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, yes, we don't have any items moved from the consent agenda, so I move approval of the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest. Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is approved. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will go into department commission reports. First up is Public Works Week Proclamation. So Laura, you want to join at the podium?
That was the crowd.
So, yeah, we're really excited to be being able to bring back Public Works Week. So we had a 2-year hiatus, and so this is our 12th annual Public Works Week. So this year we're bringing back the Expo event. So if you haven't been to the Expo, it is tomorrow night from 4 to 7, right outside in the City Hall Plaza. It's free and family friendly. If you have little kids, they can drive big heavy equipment. There's crafts, there's prizes. But mostly, you know, the thing that gives me the most pride is being able to showcase our employees who provide essential services every day. So there's very few things that people do that touch every single resident every single day of the year. And our employees do that through their water and wastewater services. So it's really fun to get to showcase that and highlight that. So we're really excited to have that event tomorrow night. And I believe the mayor is going to issue a proclamation.
Let's go ahead and do it this way if that works. So whereas the city of Meridian residents have peace of mind with every faucet turned on, shower taken, and toilet flushed, thanks to the professional employees of the Meridian Public Works team. And whereas each unseen essential worker, engineer, inspector, operator, technician is committed to protecting our health, safety, environment, and quality of life through the supply and distribution of clean, safe water, efficient collection and treatment of wastewater, and management of solid waste. And whereas the dedicated public works staff and partners design, maintain, and sustain the quality of these critical services and important infrastructure, recognizing their ability to do so is dependent upon having the support of informed citizens. And whereas the Meridian Public Works Department educates the community about the work they do both in person through their daily work and virtually through informative and engaging public outreach. And whereas Ready and Resilient is a theme for the 2022 National Public Works Week, and it represents the often unseen, steadfast, and heroic efforts put forth by the public works professionals across North America. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert Simison, proclaim June 5th through 11th, 2022 to be Meridian Public Works Week in the city of Meridian. Call upon the citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the vast and complex efforts involved in providing our public works services and to recognize the substantial contributions what public works employees make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. So congratulations, and we are excited to bring this back to the city.
Awesome. Mine's from Public Works. I don't have one of these. First one. Thank you. I like it.
And for any member of council who may be coming tomorrow, the front parking lot will be closed. So you'll need to find other parking accommodations for the day. So thank you, Lorelei. Congratulations. Good luck to your team. Next item up is item 19, Wood Rose Apartments Potential Housing Partnership. I'll turn this over to Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just a quick introduction and reminder about the Wood Rose apartment project. Erin Anderson with the housing company is here this afternoon. She would like to address you about a potential partnership opportunity on that multifamily project. It received approval earlier this year. There are 52 affordable units in that project. The project is located at 1160 West Ustick Road, so it's just west of Venable Lane on the north side of Ustick towards Linder, not quite at the mid-mile mark there. So just with that very brief refresher of the project, I will turn the rest of the time over to Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Anderson. I live at 2238 North of Stairway in Meridian, and I'm here with the housing company to talk about Wood Rose Apartments. We have a proposal before you for city participation, financial participation in our proposed project. And I don't know if we have the PowerPoint up. Gotcha. Okay, touch screen, fancy. All right. So many of you may be familiar with the housing company since our last meeting, but for those who aren't, the housing company is a nonprofit organized in 1990 with a mission to address the concern of inadequate supply of affordable housing throughout Idaho. We've developed more than 800 units in 24 affordable rental communities throughout the state. We own our properties in the long term and take pride in building an asset for the community. We have some developments that are nearby: Moon Valley Apartments in Star, Nampa duplexes, Hazel Park in Caldwell, and we're just wrapping up construction on Canyon Terrace and moving the first people in Nampa. And Sunset Landing in Caldwell is scheduled to have the first people move in August. So we have a lot going on nearby, and we're really excited to talk with you about the opportunity here in Meridian. Oh, well, that was lively. We're all awake now. Okay, so this next slide, we're going to just start out with a little bit of context and then kind of dig into the proposal a little bit more. This first slide is a breakdown of area median incomes, and the reason this is kind of starting out the conversation is because we're going to talk about income limits a lot. And usually the first question I get is, what do you mean by income limits? In this case, there's an annual income limit that's published by HUD. They just released the 2022 information, and most of the affordable housing developed, and the majority of the units we're proposing tonight at Wood Rose Apartments would fall under the 60% of area median income for a 4-person household, which is $50,520. And then there is a sliding scale based on household size. So if somebody had 5 people, then that limit goes up. There are a lot of economic reasons to invest in affordable housing, but one of the big reasons is there have been studies completed that have demonstrated that there is a loss of money in your community due to housing cost burden. So if somebody is overstretched and they're paying too much for rent, they're not able to spend that money in your community on other goods and services. Another reason, economic reason to invest in affordable housing has to do with local businesses not being able to stay open because their employees cannot afford housing. And we're seeing a lot of news recently, especially about restaurants, but other small businesses that are really struggling to really keep the employee base that they need. This next chart just describes kind of who lives in affordable housing. You may be surprised to see there's a large percentage of people, 34% in the labor force. There's a lot of working individuals in low-income housing. And the majority of the cost burdened folks are at 50% of the area median income and lower, which is why most of the programs we work with serve 60% AMI and lower. Why I can't advance this sometimes. Can't seem to get this slide to advance. All right, so next we have an example of a few different potential resident profiles, just to kind of put a little bit of context to residents that live in our communities. We have single people, families with single parents and children, that are really struggling to make ends meet without some sort of affordable housing. In this case, the bottom line here is showing the rents that we're proposing, which is the rent paid by the resident, ranging from $895 for that single person to $1,200 for a 4-person household. And those are rents that are below market and below the 60% AMI we talked about earlier. This is the site plan, just as a refresher. We have our 9 buildings, 1 clubhouse, 8 residential buildings, and internal circulation. We're connecting pedestrian pathways along U-Stick as well as to the 11th Street connection, and really creating as walkable of a community as we can for access to Settlers Park next door or nearby. These are some images of the Moon Valley Apartments, which is the design we're using here. You can go to the next one. We did a market study very recently. It's hot off the press, which is exciting. And that market study chose an effective market area with Chinden to the north, Highway 55 to the east, Victory Road to the south, and McDermott Road to the west. What the study found is a 2.2% vacancy in market rate units. So those are not federally subsidized units, and a 0% vacancy in subsidized units, of which there were only 50 units identified in the market area. The market research also looks at a capture rate. So that's able to identify that there are 2,938 income appropriate households for the proposed project in the effective market area that would qualify for Wood Rose Apartments, which is a capture rate of only 1.5%, which is considered very strong. Next, I'm just going to talk a little bit about low-income housing tax credits. And I think because it's the largest source of funds that we have to utilize, I know that the IHFA came out and talked to you a little bit before, but I don't know if they answered all the questions. The low-income housing tax credit allocation plan is called a qualified allocation plan. The plan sets forth the criteria which will be used to determine how developments will qualify for the credit. It provides mandatory and threshold requirements, including a competitive scoring criteria, set-asides, allocation timelines, and further protocol and requirements. Preferences are given to developments that serve the lowest income tenants, agree to remain in the program for the longest period of time, and are located in a qualified census tract. The city of Meridian does not have any qualified census tracts, so that is one thing that we're not able to meet with this project. Next two slides I will leave for your reference, but it breaks down the selection criteria in detail. But I would like to hone in on the points for local leverage since we're talking about financial contributions. In listening to the IHFA presentation made a few weeks ago, I noticed that the example projects that they brought up were from several years ago. They're not a current representation of the funding challenges and the increased gap in funding that we're facing. There have been changes to the state's qualified allocation plan, which raised the bar in terms of how much local contributions are needed in order to generate the maximum number of points needed for an application for funding. That scoring criteria a couple years ago was at 2.5% of total development costs. And it's currently a sliding scale where you can generate 2 points for 2% contribution of total development costs. And it goes all the way up to 10% of total development costs. So what this means for our competition being very great. There are probably 3 out of 5 applications get selected, if maybe even less than that. So what this means is that the bar has definitely been raised in terms of what the Idaho Qualified Allocation Plan is looking for in terms of local leverage. And I think part of the reason they did this was because a lot of applications were getting the same scores and they're trying to differentiate between projects so that they can really choose the ones that have the best leverage sources to match the tax credits. This next slide is really more for your reference, but it's a table illustrating the proposed rents, which are primarily at that 60% AMI. Just quickly, there's 20 units, for example, 2-bedroom units at $1,070. And that includes a utility allowance. So we pay for, as landlord, we pay for water, sewer, trash, and then residents pay for electric and gas. And the electric and gas utility allowance is a determined amount based on the average usage. And that's taken into account every year to keep their rent affordable. Next slide is also more for your reference, but it illustrates the operating expenses and a 10-year Performa of cash flow. And I guess the one big thing to point out is that our early years are nearly at a break-even operation once we account for debt service. That brings us to, all right, what are we going to be spending all the funding on? And I give a breakdown. We have a full breakdown here, but we're right around $200,000 a unit for construction and $300,000 total development cost. And one of the costs that's included in there is a building permit fee and impact fee of $595,000, which I think is possibly a little bit on the low end. Some preliminary feedback from the city is indicating that this fee was generated based on all 52 units, and I have to break it out by building. So I think it's going to go up a little bit. I think it's going to be at least the 595,000. So in April, I understand that I listened in on the recording of a presentation made by city staff in a council work session where one of the strategies presented was a matrix of ideas for addressing housing needs. And one of the ideas was reduction of impact fees for housing developments. So the biggest source of funds being the tax credit. This is a little flow chart that shows you how it works. But the gist of it is that it's this idea of bringing public-private partnerships together because there's a private investor that purchases those credits. And then I also included some information for just education on how to calculate the amount of the tax credits if you're interested. Which brings us to our sources. So this project, we're planning on applying for 9% tax credits. And the reason there are two different types of tax credits. There are the 9% and the 4%. The 9% are the competitive ones that I've been talking about. The 4% are non-competitive, but unfortunately, they don't work for this project for a couple of reasons. One is that this project is a little bit too small. There's sort of an economy of scale when it comes to the 4% projects. Second, we're not in a qualified census tract. The qualified census tract provides a 30% boost in the equity essentially. And without that, we just end up with a gap that's even larger. This slide illustrates that the gap is over $1 million greater with the 4% bond scenario, even with going for the state's Workforce Housing Trust Fund, American Recovery Act, $50 million application round that's coming up. Even if we apply for $2,600,000, which is $50,000 a unit out of that fund, we still end up with a gap that's $1 million larger than the 9%. And the reason I bring this up is because I feel like you may be wondering why aren't we pursuing that workforce housing tax credit? And that brings us to our ask. We're requesting the $1,350,000 that's shown on this source of funds here from a number of possible combined sources. One option would be a grant from the Meridian General Fund. Our understanding is that the city is not currently set up, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, to provide lending to projects. And there's some detail in this presentation about how it would need to be structured. For tax reasons, it would need to be granted in a certain order to really make sure that the grant is utilized to its maximum ability. The second option would be to provide a combination of reduced impact fees and a grant from the general fund. And if those fees end up being $595,000, that would be $595,000 of fees plus the $755,000 grant. And just to go back to the sources a little bit more, so you can see, we've maximized a conventional first loan, permanent loan source of $4,600,000. So that's the most we can support in debt service. The home loan of $1,099,000 is fully amortizing at 1% over 35 years. We're also putting some of our own fee of $251,000 in. And then the largest source is the tax credit equity of $8,700,000, which leaves us with the gap of $1,350,000. So that's how we arrived at that amount. As you know, we've been through the zoning and annexation process, with the exception of recording the development agreement. We plan on applying for the conditional use permit and the certificate of zoning appropriateness by September, submitting the application for the tax credits to IHFA by August of this year. And they make award announcements in November, which would allow us to then work on our building permit application. In the meantime, work on the plans and specs and start construction next spring. That's the overall timeline that we're targeting. And with that, I did a lot of talking and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
and first I want to say thank you, Aaron, for coming and sharing this with us. This is a good third meeting to have, educating us on how some of these things work. I imagine that we will be needing to educate ourselves much more so in the coming years as we have further discussions about housing affordability in our community. I just wanted to clarify, and I want to share that Aaron sat down with me and went through this presentation with me because I had a lot of very specific questions, and thank you very much for doing that. But it's my understanding that the numbers that we get from HUD on income limits are not fresh, that they are collected from data that's a year and a half old or 2 years old. Can you share more about that? And what does that mean for that almost 3,000 households in Meridian that qualify? Are we at 4,000 now? Are
Right.
we, and the fact that there's only 50 currently, can you kind of give us an understanding of how many do other cities have in relationship to potentially 3,500, 4,000 households that need it? Are we way behind the curve?
I think many communities, throughout the Treasure Valley are very behind the curve. It's especially just considering what's gone on in the last few years. I think there is definitely a frustration with the data. Census data lags behind. The information that they gather when they look at these incomes tends to be a year and a half to 2 years old, and it is frustrating because there definitely would be more people in need of affordable housing than what's reported in the market study. So the market study is really a very conservative estimate. And there have been some things proposed and some things even enacted in legislature to try to expand the definition of affordable housing to meet up to 80% AMI, for example, instead of 60%. But it's proven to be very challenging to implement. There's also that missing middle up to 120% AMI that the Workforce Housing Trust Fund is hoping to also solve. There's $50 million that the state's planning on allocating towards that problem. And again, this particular project, as I mentioned, just doesn't quite fit the mark for that type of project due to the size and the location. So it just isn't the right opportunity for that source where we could go maybe a little higher with the income limits. But the sad thing with that is that's only a one-time shot too. I mean, those Recovery Act dollars are a one-time go. And then after that, unfortunately, we're kind of back to these limitations of the program. There are people lobbying to basically provide comments to HUD on how those income limits are established. And I guess there's some flexibility where perhaps your community could really take a deeper dive and look at your local needs and push back and submit like basically comments back to HUD to say this isn't right. So that might be worth looking into.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Aaron. I have a couple questions. One thing that's really hard for me to wrap my head around. So, with a full contribution, it looks like the city would be spending about 25,000 per unit. Is that a good number for a city to spend? Like, I'm having a hard time evaluating that because we don't have an affordable housing program in place today.
Mhm.
So there's not a competitive process where we're looking at multiple projects. Is there a benchmark that other cities have used in terms of projects? I know when the IHFA folks came, the answer was any contribution is helpful. Now I'm worried that the answer is kind of like, no, there's a bar that needs to be met to move forward. And I guess I just want to understand it. Is that,
Yeah,
this is a small project, there's an ocean of need.
right.
What
Well,
does that metric look?
it's twofold. I mean, there's not only the concern of the competitiveness on the 9% credits that we mentioned and the local contribution threshold bar being raised, but then there's just the reality that in the last 2 years, costs have risen so exponentially that the examples that IHFA gave were very stale. So, if I felt like there was a way we could maybe be competitive in the application with less funds, that would be one thing, but we also just have this gap we're trying to solve for as well. So I think 2 years ago, costs were probably 50% less. It's just been insane.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, I just to sort of reflect back what you're saying. I totally see that in the market. I guess it's a real challenge though, at some point, we hope the market will cool down, and with interest rates going up, maybe costs will go down for a time, or at least not escalate as quickly. I guess I'm having a little bit of a hard time with the request just because we don't have an overarching plan of how we want to tackle this big topic. But you're the one that's in front of us. You're the opportunity that's in front of us. I guess I just had two smaller questions. One was a question about, is there any reason that the city couldn't use ARPA funding as part of our contribution? And then my other question was just to confirm if we were, and I know our finance department doesn't like that, but if we were to say specifically for affordable housing only, that we would structure basically forgivable loans that we intend to use as grants, does that mean that the city's needed contribution is actually 60% of the 755,000? So that's 453,000 in your mind? Is that how that would work? Thank you.
You lost me.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it was two things. Number one was, could we use ARPA funding?
Yes, if the council is willing to consider that, and if it's an eligible use, then absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was, I understand for tax reasons, you prefer these to be structured as loans. The gap in your funding is 1.35 million. Maybe, I don't know if it's possible to waive the permitting fees and impact fees, but I'm coming up with a general fund request of 755,000. That's the delta. So I was just curious if we're saying that taxes eat up 40% of that, if we were to find a way to structure it as a forgivable loan, would the request be as low as 453,000 then, if it could be structured that way?
It would go the other direction. So this is already assuming not being taxed on that. So it would
I thought it was the
increase.
opposite.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
it would
you.
increase.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
if Caleb would be willing, can he comment on are there permits and fees that cannot be waived? How does that process work on our side? It's not a conversation we've had frequently, so educate us on that if you would.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot. So there are, in the ordinance, I know that there are some impact fees for affordable housing projects that are eligible for waivers of the impact fees. I also know there was a meeting this afternoon and we are looking into some of the other things in the spreadsheet that yeah, we're researching those and would bring those back to you to see what the process would be to waive a fee or offset those fees or reduce those fees. Historically, the city council has granted some fee waivers in certain circumstances, but the circumstances are different than this one. So they're trying to understand what the criteria are and then could potentially bring that back to you if you're interested.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that briefly.
Mr. Baird.
Traditionally, when permit fees have been waived, the city only waives the city's soft cost fees. We do have some hard costs that we're paying out to consultants who are doing certain inspections. That changes each time, so we have to go through an analysis. And then with regard to impact fees, as Caleb pointed out, there is an exception to potentially waive impact fees for low-income housing. However, there's a requirement for any waiver of impact fees for any purpose. The city council needs to identify the funding source to make up the impact fee fund. So unless there's another pot of money out there, impact fee waiver is akin to another general fund draw.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
appreciate the information, Aaron. I have a question. We're not going to, of course, make a decision tonight, but as we go into the budgeting process here later in June, it's helpful to have this in front of us and know what the request is. My question is related to your application before IHFA. They have a deadline of August 5th. If, that's capital if, the city were to do something and our budget year starts, October 1st, having a letter in your packet for application, does that suffice for any action the city might take to help out?
Yes, a letter indicating some sort of soft commitment, it can even be conditional, should suffice.
So Aaron, a question. I know you didn't come up with the rules for the Idaho Workforce Housing Trust Fund. Do you have any insight as to why they only applied that to 4%? Because obviously with the gap that you're seeing at 1 point, Idaho Workforce Housing asked for twice as much compared if you got half, we wouldn't be having this conversation per se. Any idea?
Right. Yeah, part of it is that historically 9% tax credit projects have been able to stand without much of a gap because the tax credit equity generated was sufficient. But unfortunately, as you can see now, that's not what we're experiencing. So I think there's this idea that 9% tax credit applications don't need it. And the fact that 9% tax credit applications might have some of the lower, 60% and lower, maybe some 40-50% area median income units. Whereas workforce housing, they really wanted to try to work in some of the units that are up to 120% AMI. And those 4% bond deals conceivably could be more likely to work some of that in, some of those higher income units.
You happen to know who made the determinations on the Workforce Housing Trust Fund requirements? At the governor, or was that the?
They keep pushing the date back for when they're going to release the guidance. Today I heard it'll be another 3 weeks.
So if they were eligible for the 9%, any reason why they couldn't be eligible for the 9% if they so chose to write the rules that way?
It could be. It could be.
Okay.
I think it's just, it comes down to that question as to what they're really trying to target.
Since these have limited time frame use of funds that they want to get them into the system as soon as they can, you think you would want to target them towards projects moving forward, not others, but we'll take that conversation up with maybe the governor's office.
Yeah.
Council, additional questions at this time? Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let me know if you have any other questions.
We'll do, and we'll be in touch.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Since these are not requests that we have frequently, how does it work with the timeframe to get back to them on our response? Do we set a time now? Or do we just work that, in the coming weeks until we have all the information we feel like we need and they come back? Or how does that work?
I would say with the latter, some additional information is probably needed, as well as we move into the budget conversations. But there's also going to be a conversation about ARPA in the coming weeks. So I think there's several pieces between the regular budget, ARPA, and additional information that will, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, you should have some general guidance, I think, on what direction council may or may not want to go with the funds that are out there. Also, I think there's merit to see what the actual Idaho Housing Trust Fund requirements are going to be. If they, for any reason, move this to the 9% to make it eligible, that's a completely different conversation, in my opinion. So, but you can count on your council president to bird dog this issue moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Councilwoman Pro.
Aaron, so if it does become eligible under the workforce housing project, is it, the fact that this is 30 and 60% AMI and not 80 to 120%, even if the 9% tax credit is allowable, is it still going to restrict you from pursuing those funds?
Say it one more time.
So the workforce housing funds that the state has distributed, if I understand correctly, we've discussed 2 potential criteria. One is 80 to 120% AMI is what they're focusing on. The second is that the 9% tax credit can't be used in conjunction. If the state determines that the 9% tax credit can be used in conjunction, but they still want to focus on that 80 to 120% AMI, does that exclude you then from applying for those funds?
As I currently understand it, it's incredibly likely we would be excluded for applying for the Workforce Housing Trust Fund, ARPA funding as a 9% application. Yeah. And I think it's highly unlikely they're going to change their mind on that. And just to clarify, so the state statute does say 60 to 120%. I said 80 to 120 because the other programs I've been talking about already meet the 60. So in other words, they're just trying to reach beyond what some of these other federal programs already do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next item up is item 20, which will be the Police Department Idaho Humane Society contract updates. Captain Coliani, turn this over to you for now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'll be brief to kind of bring us back to center. Last year, the Idaho Humane Society and the Police Department contract weren't in sync with the timing of budget, and it came in late. And I got in front of council last year and assured you that wouldn't happen again. We put in some sideboards working with finance to make sure we have some contract benchmarks that we hit, so we can have a lot of your questions answered, at least give you a presentation of where we're at with the contract. So tonight, we have Tiffany here from the Idaho Humane Society, Leanne, and Dr. Rosenthal. Tiffany has been working very closely with the police department at Mr. Kavner's request. And we've been working with them and communication with them almost monthly. Vicious dogs, expectations, response times. That was something that council asked. Councilman Strader, you had asked about impound fees. Emily Kane is here tonight to talk about those. Dr. Rosenthal's here to speak, and then Leanne handles the contract end of this, and she's working with Emily on fees and contracts. So I'm going to turn it over to them to do their presentation, and you can ask questions. And then if you have anything else, I'll come back up at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. I'm Jeff Rosenthal, CEO of the Idaho Humane Society, and I've been in that role for 21 years now, and really just here to make a few introductory comments for the contract. Most of that job just got taken away from me. And then we'll have Leanne and Tiffany come up and talk about the metrics and performance measures and some narratives around the actual field work that occurs in the city of Meridian. And then Leanne will cover the high points of the FY23 contract requests. The animal control program consists of a field enforcement team and a fully staffed animal shelter facility. And since 2013, Meridian has outsourced those functions to the Idaho Humane Society. For the unincorporated Ada County and Boise City, that relationship for shelter services goes back to the 1940s, and for field enforcement goes back to the 1970s. Currently, communities in Ada County provide these animal control related services through a cost sharing agreement with the Idaho Humane Society. And so we allocate the animal control related services separate from the rest of our activities. And then that animal control budget is allocated amongst the various contracting municipalities and the county based on these metrics reflecting usage and respective populations of each community. It's similar to what you see in a lot of agreements around the country. Some of them purely governmental, and the methodology has been kicked around between the municipalities for numerous years, and this is what we've arrived on over time. Generally, the major trends and cost drivers are factors that you're very well aware of and probably discuss at every single council meeting, and it's growth, and we have more people and more animals in our community than ever before. And in the past, the kind of growth that we've experienced would have resulted in overwhelming numbers of animals continuing to enter our shelter facility. But the good news is that today, because of the folks that live in this community embracing spay and neuter and generally responsible pet ownership, we don't see those increases in shelter intakes and have been pretty stable over the years despite that growth. And thanks to that, this county has been termed a no-kill community for years now, and the live release rate for dogs in the past fiscal year was 93% and cats 94%, and that's terrific, and it engenders a lot of support from the community for my organization and also for the animal control program and yourselves. That growth in the community for field enforcement is a bit of a different matter because more people and more animals living in increasingly congested spaces does mean more conflicts and incidents. So Tiffany will kind of expand on those experiences and those trends. Of course, the other factor is also something you're all very well aware of, and that's inflation, inflation of goods, services, drugs, fuel, and substantial wage inflation and worker shortages that we've seen in the last couple of years. And you see that reflected in our budget as well. And then finally, before Tiffany comes up, I just want to point out that IHS embraces an animal control version of contemporary community policing in its enforcement role. And we emphasize providing resources, engagement, and mediation as the preferred means of gaining compliance over citation and impoundment, especially since many of the problems we encounter in this community and throughout Ada County do have a socioeconomic component. And we're very well positioned to provide those resources because of our veterinary services department, behavioral and training services, and pet food pantry and other programs, which are not contract funded, but come from the philanthropy end of our programming. And then additionally, I just want to let you know that within our organization and nationally, Animal Services recognizes diversity, equity, and inclusion as a priority issue, both internally and in the manner in which our outward-facing programs and staff conduct themselves. And this is something that our entire industry is taking very seriously in the last few years. And in the past year, in addition to the required field training program we provide officers, we also include mandatory training on inclusivity, recognizing and avoiding bias, anti-discrimination training. And it's especially important as we encounter and work with the marginalized citizens and groups that also are pet owners in our community. So with that, I will remain available for any questions, and I'll have our Director of Animal Services, Tiffany Shields, come up and speak to the numbers.
Mr. Mayor, members, I hope I know how to move this to the next slide. But I wanted to say first on what he talked about our training. One of the things I wanted to let you know is our officers have been attending training with the Meridian PD officers and code enforcement. So some of those classes that we're getting are right alongside with them. So our officers hold the same values as them and have similar training to them also. And he already mentioned, but we use community policing policy of education first and providing support over punishment to help interrupt the cycle of not providing care for animals. And we have worked really hard building those relationships. Let's see it. We can skip all of these, right? All right, so you guys have our stats on here. I have been providing stats monthly. I do send those to the city clerk. I also have been sending them to the captains. So you can actually look at these numbers monthly if you wanted to. But this kind of condenses it and makes it a little easier read. But the total number of calls in 2021 was 1,742. We had, as far as impounds, the number of animals that we took in, and this includes animals brought to us by citizens, as well as officers out responding to calls. And that includes 834 animals. That does not include wildlife, and we do respond to injured wildlife as part of our contract. So one of the things that was really important to some of our other contract cities is how long it takes us to respond to a call. So I just want you to know that these are priority 1 call response times. So I don't know if you have a list, but that's, for example, an aggressive dog in progress. Assist another agency. So if Meridian PD is calling us for assistance on an owner arrest, an owner deceased, something like that, that's a priority 1 call for us. Biter dog at large, cruelty dog in a hot car. So we're dropping everything to go over to this call, whatever we were doing. So if you look at this response time report, also I provide this monthly. And in Meridian in 2021, we had 71 priority 1 calls, and our average response time was 20 minutes for that. So I'm just going to take a couple of slides. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to take a little bit of your time on this, okay? Because, you know, I think what you guys hear about is the barking dog calls, the ones that there's not a lot of resolution to them. So maybe you don't hear about all the things that we're providing as part of our contract. So this is Vegas. He was a neonate kitten that no one could find his mother. This is a priority 1 call, not only because a Meridian PD officer found him, but because he can't survive on his own. So Meridian PD called us, we impounded the kitten, it went into our foster program, and he grew up and he has been adopted. And he is actually from Meridian. All the animals in these slides are from Meridian. This next one, one of the things that Dr. Rosenthal touched on is more people are closer. And one of the things that is causing is it's causing a lot of bites. It's causing a lot of dogs are getting out more, they're biting even on leash. In this case, this was a dangerous dog case that went all the way to a hearing in front of the chief. 3 dogs mauled this victim and her little service dog there, Bash, that you see. She had compound fractures to her arms. She is still suffering to this day from ramifications from this bite. Meridian code, we did not get the dogs in custody. Meridian code just requires that the dogs get moved or euthanized. So the owner moved these dogs. We have no idea where they are currently, but they are no longer in Meridian City. They are declared dangerous in Meridian City and cannot return. So that's another thing that we do. And then this is another dangerous dog case that we decided to take a different route with. Now this dog's name is Savior. He has bitten 2 people. One, he was in his home when he bit. The second one, he chased a child down and grabbed the child from behind. I reached out to the captains on this case also because I was like, okay, Meridian City Code, euthanize or move. We want to make the community happy as well as the dog owner, which is almost impossible in these cases. But in this case, we decided to use the state code. We sent the dog home with conditions and restrictions. The dog must be muzzled in public. They had to have a secure fenced yard. He has to be on a leash in the backyard, and they have to meet those until they go before a judge. And then a judge will decide what happens with Savior. But he did go home, and the owner was charged using the state code rather than declaring him dangerous through Meridian City Code. And so far, it has gone well. We've had a few complaints of people saying, oh, they don't have him in control, but he's wearing his muzzle when he's out in public, and he has not been reported loose again since the original incident. As our rural areas are starting to impact city areas, you have busy streets. This horse was hit by a car on Locust Grove Road at midnight in the dark. He was hit by a Ford Explorer. It totaled the Ford Explorer. The occupants were okay. The horse had a severe head injury. He had injuries all over. He had a broken back leg. Luckily, we went out at midnight, and luckily we were able to locate an owner. We stood by until that owner got an emergency vet on scene, because failure to provide care for this horse would be a total different issue. Meridian PD was on scene that night, and they did get care for this horse. But that's another thing, is like, what would Meridian PD do with this injured horse at midnight? So that's another thing. And if we did not find the owner, we would have been getting our truck and trailer out there to impound the horse and get it vet care. Also, I just want to mention, this is a cruelty case. This horse was tied up. He had no water, no food. We pursued a cruelty case against this owner. We impounded this pony. He has since left and gone to a local rescue group. Also we worked with Department of Agriculture on this one, because he also had production animals on the property that were not being housed correctly, or vaccinated correctly, or fed correctly. So we have a really good relationship with the Department of Ag also. And last but not least, I'm showing you these cute little guys. This is Chuco, Bella, and Rocky, and they are all owned by the same family. Chuco has been impounded 5 times. Bella has been impounded 8 times. And Rocky's been impounded 5 times. So when you guys are talking about your impound fees and how much it impacts your animal control contract, when we have to return to the neighborhood to pick up the same dogs over and over. And yes, we do make an effort to return them to the owner, but not when they're repeat offenders like this. And this family, they pay $10 impound fee every time they come in to pick up these dogs. With Chuco, we offered the owner reduced fees and they did agree to neuter him. So we were able to get Chuco neutered and we have not seen him since April. Bella was impounded 8 times and they chose to pay full fees and accept citations because they did not want to spay her. Rocky has been impounded 5 times. We also neutered him to try to help them do that. We neutered him on the 4th impound. On the 5th impound, the owners did not come for him and he was just adopted out through our adoption center. Their owners were issued 4 infraction citations because dog at large is just an infraction. I just want you to keep in mind, every time these dogs were impounded, it probably represents perhaps 5% of the times or less that the dogs were actually out running loose. The current impound charges and citations failed to motivate these owners to change the way these dogs were housed. And I just know you're discussing an increase in impound fees, and that I just bring this up as an example. We do feel that an increase is needed as part of being progressive with animal control costs, as well as trying to counter recidivism. And now we're going to talk money, and that's Leanne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Yes, my presentation is probably not nearly as exciting as Tiffany's. I am the Chief Financial Officer at the Idaho Humane Society, and I want to just give you some of the highlights. I believe you've received a packet with a lot of this detail in it. I wanted to kind of start with the high level. The Idaho Humane Society, our budget last year was $8.9 million. And we split our budget into 2 different facilities. We've got the Bird Street facility and we've got the Dorman Street facility. The Bird Street facility was a $5.3 million budget last year. You don't get charged any of that. That is where we do our public veterinary care and where we do our adoptions. We don't charge the animal control contracts for any portion of the cost of that building. The other part of the budget is the Dorman facility, which was $3.6 million last year, about 40% of our total budget. And we cover the cost of about 25% of that building, with the other 75% of that building being allocated to the animal control contract. That is based on historical usage of the building, on animals that house the building and the operations that go on there. So at the end of the day, the contracts between yourselves and the other 4 contracting municipalities covers about 30% of our total budget. Payroll is about 75% of that budget. It is a very labor intensive budget, obviously, which is part of the reason we've seen costs go up so much. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in a minute.
You can use the arrows to go back and forth.
Arrows. I'm just going to touch on this real briefly, just to give you a little bit of history. Most of you haven't probably been around for quite this many years. In fiscal year 16 through fiscal year 19, the Idaho Humane Society lost almost $550,000 on the animal control contracts because we were all still in one facility and we just were struggling to allocate the cost to the contracts appropriately, and meeting a lot of resistance in some of our bigger contracts at the time. So in fiscal year 20, we moved our adoption facility and veterinary medical center over to our new facility, and we're able to better achieve a better segregation of those operations. From the past about 7 years, animal control costs have consistently been about 30 to 32% of our total expenses per year. And again, personnel costs are 70 to 75% of that. And in these years when we were underfunded, we were unfortunately really a low-paying employer in the area. Our employees were making nowhere near what a municipal employee or even a fast food worker would make. To give you a little bit of an idea, in 2018, so not that long ago, our officers started at $11 an hour. In 2020, that increased to 13, and then it increased to 15. This year it's 17, and we plan to increase that to 18 this year. Kennel staff that were starting at $8 an hour 3 years ago are now making $12 to $13 an hour. I'm not sure what your guys' minimum wage is. I read in an article a couple weeks ago that Boise's minimum wage is going to be $16 going forward. Just to give you an idea of kind of where we're at, we're still on the low end, but we're raising that bar every year. Veterinarians and vet techs is another issue, another area where we really had to focus our budget. I don't know if you've heard, there's a national shortage of veterinarians right now. Trying to get veterinarians to retain and hire veterinarians is very difficult. And we've had to significantly increase the wages of our veterinarians over the last year. So as you can see, the costs are much more than the 3% increase that we got accustomed to for a few years. Talk a little bit about Meridian's portion of that. The budget request for fiscal year 23, the total budget for animal control is $2.8 million. Meridian's request is $625,000. That's an increase since fiscal year 20 of 20%. It's only an increase of 8% since last year. And part of last year's increase wasn't funded, so therefore it's pushing into this year. We've had wages increase well over 20% over the last 3 years. So you can see why there's been an increase in the budget over these last 3 years. The population of Meridian has increased, based on my calculations, about 13% during that same time period. And we all know what fuel costs and wages and the demands of the population are doing. Give you a little bit of an idea, Meridian is paying about 22.2% of the total animal control budget. Your population as a percentage of the area that we serve is 26.4%. And the calls have averaged around 22, 23% of the calls that we get. You're right in the range of your proportion, what would consider your proportionate share of the total budget. And historically, I just want to give you a couple of quick factoids about cost per capita you might find interesting. The cost per capita, as you can see, is $4.68 for next year. And in fiscal year 18, that was $3.88. So in less than, it's an increase of less than $1 in 5 years. We did a pretty big analysis in 2016 when we were talking with the different entities about our move to the new building and kind of what our services look like versus what some of the other municipal services that we found comparatives for. At that time in 2016, the lowest comparative we found was $5.32, which was in Salt Lake, and Seattle was $5.87. So you guys, your per capita cost right now is still lower than what theirs were in 2016, to give you an idea. We have gotten some recent data from Pocatello. Their services for their municipally run shelter is about $21 per capita. And Spokane's paying over $4 million for their animal control services with about 220,000 population. And we serve twice that many residents in Ada County for $2.8 million. Washoe County and Reno is paying almost $6 million for a population smaller than we are. I guess what I'm just trying to say is we feel like we're providing a good service for a reasonable price. And then the next 3 pages are just basically, you've got it in your packet. It's a breakdown of our budget for the year for the animal control. It's $0.8 million, how it breaks out between animal control costs, or between personnel costs and operating costs. I will tell you, as I said, personnel is about 70 to 75% of it. Historically, it has been. We do our best to allocate 100% of the officers, 100% of the front desk staff, 100% of the dispatchers, they go to the contract. The workers that work in the shelter over at Dorman and the medical care teams, they get allocated based on a percentage that we've historically used at about, I think it's a 40 split based on animal intakes over historic years. And then there is obviously a little bit of administrative costs that we allocate to the contract because we've got to do the payables, we've got to do the HR, we've got to do the admin, all that stuff. And so we kind of split that up by A third of our business is animal control, a third of our business is veterinary care to the public, and a third of our business is adoption. And so we allocate some of those administrative costs. That's kind of where you get your payroll costs. And then the operating costs are also allocated, those that we can identify specifically to animal control, like their radios, their uniforms, their gas in their vehicles, whatever the case may be. We allocate that to the contracts. Anything else at Dorman gets allocated. None of our bird street. That's in a nutshell, I guess.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
thank you very much. Just a question about the slide that we're on right here. It's showing that there's an increase of 8.7% expected for your income year over year and an increase in 5.9% for your expected expenses. So the difference in income, the income increase from your expenses, is that to make up for income that was lost from prior years?
No, it's kind of confusing because I had to split it between 3 slides. So if you go to the next page, you'll see that there's also an increase. There was an 8% increase in total income, but that's a total increase in expenses as well. Because if you see the bottom line is a 0% increase. The dollar value difference to IHS, that we had a 9.5% increase in contract income, but some of our other incomes went down, and so therefore it was a net. I'm sorry, and I am now listening to your question. Hang on a second. The math works. Our total expenses are 2.855. I'm wondering if I've got a bad formula in there now that I'm looking at that, because you can see that the total contract income went up more than the redemption income because we're seeing a trend down in that. So the total, I was just going off, the total contract income matches the total allocated expenses. We're not making up any income from prior years. Your increase is going to be bigger because we didn't fund 100% last year, but the budget itself is not drawing in dollars from last year to give us a bonus. We're actually expecting to take a loss for this year. It's just basically we budget the income to exactly match the allocated expense. I can see where your confusion is, and I need to get that.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe some direction from you guys. I've got a host of questions, but we're up against a hard deadline. What's the best way to get information, maybe to get the correct version of this presentation that's before us sent to us, and then the best way for us to get you questions?
You can email them to me. You can mail them to me, or you can send them to Emily. These numbers are right. It's just something wrong with that percentage calculation. I can't.
Council, any additional questions at this time, or can they be done through Emily for follow-up, or does that work, Captain, as well? Use that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Councilman Hoagland.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we do have some other business that we need to take up in executive session. So we'll put on hold the items 21 and 22 for a later date. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into executive session for Idaho Code 74-2061D.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Oakland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we will move into executive session. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is June 7th, 2022 at 6:08 PM. We will begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh, Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. No, we have no one for the community invocation this evening. So the next item up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
we don't have any changes to the agenda this evening, so I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did. There's a letter also at your seat, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, Lori Bosch. It looks, she's not online, so maybe it's just submitted by writing, but she did sign in online, and you do have that letter.
All right, then with that, council, we will move on to action items this evening. First item up is the public hearing for Almar subdivision, H 2022-0004. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good, Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. It's the Joe Show tonight again, so we'll burn through this. First one, as noted, was Alomar subdivision. It's for annexation and zoning and preliminary plat. The site consists of 2 parcels totaling 5.63 acres of land that are currently zoned RUT in the county, located at 4380 West Franklin. The future land use designation on this site is medium high density residential and is also within the 10-mile interchange specific area plan, or what us planners just call the 10-mile plan. The annexation and zoning request before you tonight is for approximately 8.23 acres of land with a request for the TNR, the traditional neighborhood residential zoning district. The discrepancy between, which is rather large, between the plat and the annexation is because they are annexing the Purdom Drain lot directly to their west as well in order to ensure there's no county enclave. In addition, they are submitting a preliminary plat consisting of 50 building lots on 6 common lots and 2 other lots on 5.63 acres in the proposed TNR district. 50 building lots include 32 single-family attached lots and 18 detached single-family lots. Designated as medium high density residential in the 10-mile plan. This designation allows for a mix of dwelling types, including townhouses, condominiums, and apartments. Gross density should be in the range of 8 to 15 units per acre and is noted with a target density of 12 units per acre within the 10-mile plan. The proposed plat consisting of 50 residential units is a mix of attached and detached homes, and it constitutes a gross density of 8.9 units per acre, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Access to the development is proposed via a new connection to West Franklin Road at the south boundary, which is the right side of the screen here. Access to Franklin is intended to be temporary until such time that a future connection is made to adjacent properties. Specifically, future access should occur to the east via local street connection in alignment with West Atomic Street in Ascent. So you have, this is Zimmerman Lane, which is a little flag lot in a sense. It's not a little flag lot. It's a 20-acre flag lot over here that has an access all the way down to Franklin currently, 50 feet wide. And then you have the Ascent Townhome project. The additional future connection should occur at the north boundary for the future extension of West Aviator Street, which is again on the adjacent property of the northeast, which is the 20-acre parcel that currently has Zimmerman Lane as their access. Staff has conditions of approval associated with both of these future road connections. In response to the staff report, the applicant requested a new or modified DA provision regarding the phasing of the project to include the homes of the homes fronting on West Atomic Street should the timing of this connection coincide earlier than what is proposed currently. Commission agreed to this and the modification, and it was reflected in the commission recs to council. The termination of the proposed north-south local street at the north boundary deserves some flexibility due to ongoing conversations with the adjacent landowner and future developer. Staff has included a DA provision to allow this applicant the flexibility to revise the road alignment and lot layout within the future phase 2, should they be able to work out a mutually beneficial agreement with the adjacent property owner. This recommended provision does not require that this applicant revise their plat at any point, but its intent is to provide flexibility to the applicant to make any necessary revisions to the plat without having to go through the hearing process again for subsequent changes that do not increase the number of building lots or drastically change the overall design. But it does and could help the overall road network in this area of the city. The proposed plat has a minimum building lot size of, I'll just keep it here, of approximately 2,038 square feet with an average lot size of 2,700 square feet. It includes detached sidewalks and 6-foot parkways. As noted, the plat is currently proposed to develop in 2 phases due to the available access to the site. The phasing plan depicts construction of 27 building lots in the southern half of the site with 3 open space lots, including the largest open space lots in the center with phase 1, with the public roads terminating less than 150 feet from the internal intersection. Phase 2 then depicts the remaining building lots to the north and east of the centralized intersection to be constructed, along with some remaining open space and drainage lots along the north boundary. Planning and Fire have given their approval of the proposed phasing plan, including the revisions, if the access to Atomic Street is constructed to the east. A minimum of 15% qualified open space is required for projects over 5 acres within the TNR zoning district, per the UDC. Based on the plat area of 5.63 acres, the minimum amount of open space provided should be approximately 36,786 square feet. According to the revised plat and landscape plans, the applicant is proposing approximately 36,800 square feet of qualified open space, which meets the minimum 15%. Specific to the 10-mile plan, front-loaded dwellings are not preferred. And if they are proposed, the garages should be set back from the living area facade to help create a more porch-dominated streetscape rather than garage-dominated. According to the submitted elevations and floor plans, the applicant has proposed units with the garages considerably behind the living area facades. This design provides for a more porch-dominated street facade compared to traditional single-family residential, which is desired, as noted. Staff has included a DA provision to ensure this type of design is maintained for the project. Overall, staff fully supports the proposed home design and street-oriented design submitted by the applicant. And frankly, their floor plans are the most consistent with the 10-mile plan I've seen in the 10-mile area. The only outstanding issue for council is that the applicant has requested a specific DA provision regarding the garage setback behind the living area facade. I've noted that in my commission recs. Staff is fine with that. I just have a general design guideline DA provision, but you're more than welcome to add that additional DA provision. After that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. Joe, you had mentioned TNR specific setbacks. Can you remind us of what those are, front, sides, and back, please?
Councilwoman Pro, off the top of my head, I don't remember the TNR setbacks. I apologize. The setbacks I was referring to are from the 10-mile plan that talk about having the garages set back approximately 20 feet from the living area facade in order to just have a more pedestrian-oriented design through the streetscape. That's not a setback, a building setback with the zoning district. The applicant has taken the 10-mile plan, which is part of the comprehensive plan, and decided to try to adhere to that more than any of the other subdivisions I've worked with in the area. And I appreciate that very much. But the TNR district does allow, I believe it's 8 feet of living area setback, which is closer than most of the other districts as well as it requires parkways, it requires detached sidewalk, and it has, it can do attached projects. So you can do any of the residential projects that you want, and detached, attached, townhouse, multifamily by right. So we worked with the applicant to do TNR in order to help meet the 10-mile plan even more, since he was already going to propose parkways. You're welcome.
Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Joe, there was a comment in the staff report about needing revisions to the drain easement to create like a closed loop. Just wondered if those revisions have happened or where that stands.
Councilman Schrader, I was in reference to that. I believe it was If he wanted to count that area as qualified open space, there would have to be a loop of pedestrian facilities and additional landscaping. That is not going to occur, which is why he lost a building lot and increased the open space in other areas in order to comply with the open space standards.
Thank you. So he's met the standard without doing so.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
just because it's the Joe show tonight, I got a couple of kind of sideways questions. The temporary access coming off of Franklin, my assumption, fire's not here. I assume the thought for the cul-de-sac or kind of the modified cul-de-sac is that would be for a turnaround for a fire truck. Does that access at Franklin, does that become then emergency access when it's no longer temporary? Does it become walled off? What's contemplated for it once it shifts from temporary to a more permanent place?
Right, that's a great question. So the cul-de-sac at the south boundary is required because that's the termination of the public road once the access to Franklin is closed. So that's why that cul-de-sac is there, be for a fire turnaround, yes. Initially, we were just going to close it. The applicant and I have thought we were just going to close off the access altogether, but ACHD and fire both said, well, can we do an emergency? So we all agreed yes, and so it'll just become an emergency access so we can have additional access points through this area for fire.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Joe, and I guess I'm asking to look into your crystal ball a little bit. What's the time frame from when this becomes a temporary, regular access to a permanent emergency access? Are we talking, on average, is it 2 years, 4 years? I know we've got a lot of interest in development in this part of town. I'm just curious. What happens is people get conditioned to using this, and then the belief is these residents move in, they think it's their access, and then the city, quote unquote, comes in and takes it away from them. And I'm just trying to get a sense as to what that timeline would look like.
Sure. I can't give a direct number, but it's all really going to depend on the access out to the West Atomic Street and Ascent Townhomes and what the developer and this applicant does for the 20-acre parcel to the northeast, since they control Zimmerman Lane. And that's a 50-foot wide area. That's a flag lot, essentially. That's the 50 feet that would be needed in order to access West Atomic. My understanding is that both applicants are working together, and that is the intent that both of them want to do, but bigger picture in this whole area, there are some questions still between staff and ACHD that we're having, and we're trying to figure that out. So timing, I would say phase one, I would assume, is going to get constructed before that gets figured out, only because I don't know for sure. That applicant is proposing to submit in the coming weeks. Hopefully we can meet with ACHD before that and get some of those things buttoned up together. But if not, they're still going to push forward, and we're going to figure it out on the fly like we tend to do sometimes. But I would assume 2 years-ish. I think the applicant might have a better number for you just based upon their construction timeline.
Okay, great. Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Joe, to that end, how many different parcels with different owners does Aviator go through? So we had a hearing for a property to the northwest of this, and its connection was also dependent on the development of the 20 acres. And then we've got this property, then we've got the Ascent neighborhood to the east. Are there other parcels that Aviator is going to go through that are also going to be dependent on this collector development to have access?
Councilman Pro, that's a great question. So really Aviator Street will only go through one more, which is the larger Zimmerman parcel. That's what we call it because it's Zimmerman Lane, but it's probably going to be Newkirk neighborhood. So I'll just keep going with Zimmerman because that's what I know, but it should only be going through the Zimmerman parcel and I guess Aviation subdivision with a little bit here. For reference, overall, all three, this parcel and these two parcels, are now under common ownership, and they're going to propose one cohesive project. They will access Aviator and one access to Franklin, more than likely. ACHD preliminary thinks that that's okay as well. So do we. Probably not a public road connection, but a connection. Aviator will come through here. Again, with Ascent Townhomes, there's questions about whether or not grade will allow this planned connection to occur even. So there could be that lack of a connection there, which again, with ACHD, that might require the temporary access in Ascent to become a permanent, which then makes the access through Alamar and West Atomic Street and then up to Aviator even more important. So it's a lot of different puzzle pieces, but assuming that all of this gets approved, then the only additional accesses to Franklin should be either the Ascent or Zimmerman Lane, plus one access west of the drain. The access points to Aviator will probably be at least two on its south side, if not three, but at least two. Where those are going to be dependent upon what the Zimmerman developer ends up wanting to do and how they work with ACHD on the Ascent access on the southeast corner of their site. Because there is a 1 acre parcel here. They have to have access. They're going to have to go to the collector, either through a common drive or something else, or a local street. And then all of these, there's 3 more parcels here that have different ownerships that will have to go east to some type of road here. Or we assume that this street, which is really hard to see, but this street here will continue west and then head back up and connect to West Atomic Street up here. And you could split lots off on both sides through all of the 3 parcels there. So there has been some thought to this, which is why the applicant has provided the shape of the cul-de-sac that he has too, so that we could get a public road connection there too, and then you could have a loop. But without the bigger parcel and then ACHD helping guide us onto what they're going to allow or require, it is difficult right now.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Would the applicant like to come forward? Say your name and address for the record. We recognize for 15 minutes.
Name is Jeff Reedy. I live at 12805 West Engelman Drive in Boise. I'm with Noble Rock Development. And we are here presenting the annexation, rezoning, and preliminary plat of Alamar subdivision. Alamar subdivision will provide a diversity that is key to Meridian's comprehensive and future use plans, as well as a 10-mile interchange specific area plan. These plans stress mixed income, mixed family size, and mixed age communities to balance the surrounding developments in the area, which include 3-story townhomes and large apartments complexes. Alamar subdivision will provide a mix of single family, detached, and attached duplex homes to provide the diversity of housing types in the overall area. To provide for a successful urban environment, street-oriented design has been incorporated. Alamar subdivision will consist of porch-oriented homes and tree-lined streets with attached sidewalks. The front of the homes will be placed close to the sidewalk, while the garages will be set back to the rear of the homes. This will provide a home fronting edge to the public space, which will make the streets more friendly and walkable. This is the vicinity map of the area. We are located on the north side of Franklin Road between Black Cat and 10 Mile Road in the developing area, the 10-mile interchange specific area. The hatched areas are the developed or developing areas. In addition to what Joseph had just pointed out, the 2 lots to the southeast are actually, the 1 lot is owned by a developer here, and he has been talking with the owner of the next lot for purchase to work on developing that property. For a preliminary plat, we are rezoning to traditional neighborhood residential, which emphasizes street-oriented design and tree-lined streets and detached sidewalks. Our density is 8.9 units per acre, which consists of 50 building lots. There will be 18 single-family detached homes, which will be located in the southern section of the property. And then there will be 32 single-family attached homes as duplexes in the north section. For open space and site amenities, we're providing a total of about 22% of open space. As far as qualified open space, that consists of a central open grassy area and a northwest open grassy area, the parkway buffers, the landscape buffer along Franklin Road, and two shallow storm drain areas. In addition to that, we're providing a linear open space along the Purdom Drain, which runs the entire west property line. And that will be basically covered with road base and also like permabark or chip rock to make a walkable area. The center image shows the central open grassy area, and both of the grassy areas will have a pathway that'll be landscaped according to the UDC. And what it'll do is it'll help, the sidewalk helps connect this walking path and the sidewalks throughout the subdivision in several loops. For site amenities, we only required one, and we chose to put a bicycle repair station. It'll be located in the central grassy area. Road connections. The Alomar subdivision will eventually provide key infrastructure connections for the surrounding developments. In the upper right small image there, this shows Black Cat to the west and the Aviator Street, which is the collector that's been we've been talking about. This goes through to here, and then it will go through the 20-acre Newkirk parcel and connect down, I believe it's San Marco Way, to get back to Franklin. Excuse me. In our subdivision, our northern south road will connect to that collector. And then we also provide a eastward road connection that will connect with the Ascent subdivision. The Franklin access at the south will be temporary. And after the connections are made to the other roads, that will be closed. And again, it'll be used as an emergency access for fire and police. We have spoke with the Newkirk developers, and their intention so far is to actually probably pass on that 50-foot strip of property to us. That is currently Zimmerman Lane. We're also working with them to possibly get a right of way and a written approval to use that section of the road now and maybe connect that road sooner. We're providing a full 33-foot road section, back curb to back of curb, and we'll have bulb outs at the intersection for traffic calming. As far as infrastructure, we have existing services of 8-inch and sewer and water mains that are located at Franklin Road entry, and we'll be stubbing them to the adjacent properties. We have streetlights located every 250 feet as per code, same with fire hydrants for every 400 feet. For gravity and pressurized irrigation will be provided by the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District via an existing regional pump station that is at the northwest. And the irrigation loops will be designed per UDC and NMID requirements. For gravity irrigation, we have a small lateral that is at the north boundary of the property, and we plan to tile the entire section. Then along the western boundary of our property where the Purdom Drain runs, we're providing a 17-foot wide access road, as mentioned. And all the building pads are located still outside of the 100-foot center line easement that NMID has. And any fencing that's is put in there will be removable. These are all items we've discussed with them already. The easement will be, again, covered with road base and chip rock. And so it'll still be, able to be used for walking and families and pets and things of that sort. Our phasing plan, as Joseph mentioned, we plan to develop the first southern section of that, which will be 18 single-family homes and 10 single-family attached. The substreets are less than 150 feet. So we're not required to have fire sprinklers because there's less than 30 units. Phase 2 will coincide with completion of the Northern Collector Road. And the entry at Franklin will at that point be closed and become a temporary entry. These are some sample elevations for our plans. We tried to meet the 10-mile plan traditional neighborhood residential requirements. We have front porches and homes close to the detached sidewalk. Garages are set back from the front facade, and where there's double doors like in the single family homes, they are actually made with 2 individual doors. We're using a mixture of materials, color and design elements, and including lap siding, stucco, brick, and stone accents. The single family detached homes will be 3 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, approximately 1,750 to 1,900 square feet. And the attached duplex units will be 2 bedrooms with 2.5 baths, around 1,300 square feet. The lower central image shows how the garage is set back from the front facade, as we discussed earlier. These are the floor plans for the 2 units. One item maybe to note is that on the first floor unit, we're incorporating covered patios, small covered patios within the building envelope to allow, some covered patio area and to kind of extend the yard size. It's pretty much for the presentation. That's it. We'd like to thank the planning and zoning staff for their support and direction during the past year. And we concur with all their decisions and commission recommendations. We would like to, though, address one issue, and it's the requirement for the 10-mile plan to have 50% of the homes have a 2nd-story deck included on them. We understand that upper-story decks are desired in multi-level apartments and condominium complexes that have limited exterior access. But since Alomar subdivision will consist of single-family homes, we're questioning the need for the 2nd-story deck in this environment. It's typical that 2nd-story decks are rarely used sometimes, and they also create a long-term maintenance issue for water infiltration a lot of times, and just rotting and things of that sort. We'd like to request just to remove the requirement of the 10-mile plan. Else, we'd like to request a reduction from the 50% requirement to 25% of the homes that have street frontage. In exchange, we're planning to put porches pretty much on 100% of the units. The requirement's only 30%. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Council questions for the applicant.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Jed?
Jeff.
Jeff, sorry.
That's right.
Apologies. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your application, your presentation. I really like the mix of the detached and the single family home element. But I guess my question for you, and it's maybe kind of a direct question, is why right now? And let me give you a little kind of where I'm coming from on this. Is this feels a little bit like an infill piece, but it's not. And when I see we're talking amenities about a bike repair station, I say, okay, that's interesting. But then I say, where are people going to ride their bikes? And I don't see a lot of connectivity right now because you're coming in before a lot of other stuff that's happening. And so I guess kind of help me understand kind of the timeline and why right now.
So there currently is, sidewalk all the way along Franklin Road there and bike paths there. The only, the other option in there, this is of course mainly walking right now, for the pathways. Our thought is that this access across Zimmerman to Ascent subdivision will happen sooner than later. Working with the other developer that are submitting their proposals right now. As far as, long-term bike use, of course, the collector road is going to be a big plus for bicyclists in the area.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
I guess that's where I come back to, this feels kind of minimal to me, if I'm being honest, about when I look at our neighborhoods, and we're a community for families. And I don't see a lot for families right now, and it's very possible that what develops around may support that. I'm really struggling with, that this may very well be a really well thought out addition to our community. But for me, because it's kind of coming in a little more premature, I'm not quite sure that now's the right time for it. So I want to give you some of that flavor from the get-go. I would have liked to have seen more from your application. I just want to be direct with you.
Okay. Any specific areas?
Well, I think,
Or as far as just connection and being an infill, like I said, we do have the connection to Ascent there, which is currently under construction. And it's somewhat in the similar situation. The lot to the east of that is not developed, but that's been put in. And so, I mean, my assumption was I'm actually helping to continue this. And by the time, really for timing wise, that was discussed earlier, I don't think the Newkirk's too far behind me, actually.
and Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Councilman Cameron.
I don't disagree with you. I think that it's one of those things that if maybe we're seeing this application 6 months from now, and I've got a good sense about how this part of town is developing, I can say, oh yeah, that makes sense with everything else that's going on. Like I said, this feels like an infill that's coming in before everything else. I think you've got some open space that could be used better than what you've proposed. I think, again, a bike and repair station as the sole amenity, I think that our citizens deserve better. I'm being direct.
Okay, would there be a suggestion?
Sure.
I mean, we have, the 4 large open grassy areas there.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cameron.
Those are easy questions for me. I think it's dog parks, it's play structures, it's gazebos, there's lots of options.
Mhm.
Again, coming back to, you know who you're going to market this to. And so if you think that the people that are going to look to buy this house are going to say, oh, wow, we're excited about a bike and repair station, then I'm wrong.
I
But I think
understand
that
your
I've got a
question.
good sense as to what our citizens want and expect. And I think that you could provide more.
Okay, I think I understand your comment now. I wasn't understanding it completely. We originally, in an earlier plat, this is basically, I think, our third one we've been through. We had a play structure in the central grassy area. And I think I went back to more looking at just the code. And because we kind of got hung up in a lot of code issues, very specific. And in reading the code, it only required the 1 point. And so we looked on the list and looked at the options, and that's the thing we picked. We have no problem putting a play structure in that park. Like I said, originally, that's what we had in the central part of the subdivision there. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Oh, I,
Speak on the same.
If I could, Derek Kerner, Rock Solid Civil, applicant team, 270 North 27th Street, Boise. And so applicant's engineer. So I just hearing the testimony, I think I could maybe help answer some of these questions. We've been at this for some time. That doesn't mean that it's not, doesn't quite answer your question, but we have been doing a lot of planning as far as the years of prep into this, working with staff on helping pave the road or what this all should be. And so we helped this applicant over here just in meetings of aviator something. So we've worked with them on how can we connect our two. It was then the ultimate plan was jumping ahead was we're going to let the connection happen on this larger 20-acre piece. Because there was times what we were talking about, can we just connect? We do touch for just a little bit. Is it wide enough to put a road in there? Can we make the whole piece? Our piece at one point in time was going to be the main connection because you could very easily just turn that road south and go straight down. It was just in a strange spot for ACHD. They're like, no, we've already kind of committed to, aviator connecting further to the east. So you got Ascent subdivision coming in and they kind of have that temporary, we don't know, right? Joe talked about it. It all depends on what agreements are made to cross Meridian irrigation districts crossing. I think can all be resolved and get this thing in here. We're definitely a player coming in as a piece of the pie. So, waiting till the end, I don't know if that's the right move for us anyway. And then we do have 50 lots here. It does seem, spatially we're skinny and you got a 20-acre piece up here, but 5-6 acres to us, 50 lots is a substantial project, not an infill like I'm used to dealing with Boise and like 6 lots here and there type of thing. So Yeah, just to kind of downplay the term infill on that one, just because it's a sizable project. We also, when Jeff acquired the first 5 acres, it's actually less than 5 acres. So we were going to move forward with a subdivision less than 5 acres, not having all these normal requirements. Then the opportunity came up to get that 1 acre. And of course, smart guys, we said, well, hold on a second here. Maybe we should play that as a different project so that we can. Well, but we were working together. And if we wanted to go that route, was the way we could have gone, but we chose not to do that. We wanted to play by all the rules and comply with all of the requirements. We are right at the threshold for open space because we're not crediting any of the drain. And the drain, we really are going to put a nice pathway there. We have to be courteous of the irrigation district. They have needs for that, what they got to get in there and operate. But really, it's not going to be fenced off, closed off. People are going to be able to use it. We just can't have credit in the city's eyes that way. We can't be putting nice big trees in the way of the irrigation district, even though there's all kinds of trees there that they're kind of ratty and they want them taken out, and we're going to do that. But it's a really nice deep drain. There's ducks, there's waterfowl, there's all kinds of birds and wildlife in there. So we were trying to make an argument of it's going to be enjoyable. The people that live on that row, they're not going to back up to more development in their backyard. That is always going to be this nice big irrigation drain, fully vegetated with waterfowl. So it's definitely a space amenity where people aren't going to be crowded in all the time. People living here, so you don't get credit for it in any way that the city sees, but because of that, we get no credit for it. We met the minimum elsewise standing on its own, but you know, if you even talked about like, hey, give us half. So suddenly the equations work. You know, half of that drain, that space, because it is property that you had to buy, and you own it. So, but it's encumbered by easement. So working with them, that's all I got. Just those 3 things just to help add the timing, and then of course, the amenity. We're going for just central open space like what Joe wants, instead of putting it just at the end and having a really long block of homes. So central open space. And the layout of this subdivision.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Schrader.
I apologize for interrupting. I believe Councilwoman Perot had the floor, and I'm just a little concerned that maybe the applicant is using additional time to testify instead of responding to a specific question. Sorry.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councilwoman Strader. So thank you for the additional information. I have a couple of questions I'm going to ask. I do want to comment very quickly along the lines of what Councilman Kavner was pointing out. I lived in this area for many years, and it's very unique from other areas that we have worked in Meridian, in that you have these little parcels, and many of them. And ACHD has not at this point in time put together a specific plan for the road network in this area. So this is a unique area that we're very aware of its challenges with development. So while I'm not as much concerned about the timing of where you're coming in relationship to the other small parcels, I am concerned that the entire area will develop in a way that each individual subdivision isn't like this little island into itself, not only from a road network standpoint, but just from pathways to, the uses of the open spaces. Now, of course, the intention is never for other subdivisions to come in and utilize your open space, but it's likely that that could happen in this area because each subdivision is little and folks aren't going to necessarily understand those boundaries. So the question I have for you is, first, thank you very much for agreeing to consider a different amenity. And my recommendation would be a dog park, specifically because you have a collector that connects 2 arterials on either side that has a railroad to the north. So you're not crossing over that railroad with pathways or pedestrian activity. And there's no neighborhood park in walking distance of this. So whatever you choose to do is what you choose to do. A place to exercise animals is great. I also agreed, I don't see bicycles being actively used in this area yet. So I wanted to say that. So to that end, with the connectivity, the developer to the north had sent a letter in on your application and said, they'd like to see some more investigation research done on how the road network will lay out in this area. And to be honest, I sent a message to Joe and I said, it seems to me like the highway district is kind of punting this back to the owners of these properties and saying, hey, you guys figure this out. And so I just wanted to get your perspective on the letter that was provided by the property owner to the north and how you see your role in the overall development of connectivity in the area.
Okay, so I have seen their preliminary design multiple times, and I've had emails back and forth. I've actually sent them and proposed possible road connections for them to meet ACHD requirements and this sort. I've actually sent some information to Joseph and to Bill also when they were working through this. Let's see if I can find the right image. Their drawings right now indicate that they want to bring their road down right along the edge of this western property line right here. They cannot do that. The Purdom drain is right here. And to do that and meet any kind of radius that ACHD requires means they have to be on the edge of the ditch, and they can't provide any access for NMID to get to the ditch. Basically, the road is right over here. And I know that fits their layout really nice, because if you go north, it fits a lot to the left and a lot to the right of that. But it physically is not capable of being implemented right there. And I've suggested this and mentioned this, but I think they're just pushing through. I'm willing to work with them. That's why we spoke about our road originally went due north straight up. Planning and zoning requested us to make it angle to the right to make it more perpendicular, which we did. And we also put in the provision there that if we need to tip it to the left, we can tip it to the left. So we're working with them to try to make this work out. If I have other drawings showing how the road connections could be easily done through the entire area. I've actually drawn all of them, many different ones. And so that would be, I haven't seen that letter, but I'm guessing that might be part of and hopefully that response is targeting that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
It was just a general letter that said, we'd really like to see more information on how this is all going to connect. And we're planning on submitting our application closer to the end of June. So that got me thinking that, do we wait, which is, I think, some of what Councilman Kavner was trying to get at is, do we wait to see that application come in to discuss your application? There's a little bit of a chicken and egg thing going on in this entire area with multiple parcels, right? So there may not be a super clean way that we do this, but we want to do it as smart as we can.
Yes, we are giving them every option to connect and to allow our road to connect to whatever angle of the collector they want to put through there.
Mr. Mayor.
Talking from a layout engineering perspective, if I was going to be laying out this larger 20-acre piece, having other people next to me that have a layout and a road, that's that design parameter that really helps, because it's too much of a blank canvas. How are you going to get the through it? So when you have those things, like when we're saying, hey, this is where we would want it, it's usually just okay, thank you. And then we want it. We're talking like 100 to 50 feet worth of a shift is nothing. Giving it right where we want it, whether it's straight, curved, whatever, but moving it over to our side, there's no reason for them to do that. So yeah, just working with them on where we want.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. Two things, just wanted staff to confirm. So if we moved forward on this evening, I'm assuming our typical requirements are that the property to the north would have to connect, right, Joe? So if you can just confirm that that's how this would play out. It's really kind of like first one past the post drives the road network is my impression.
Councilman Strayer, that typically yes, and that is precisely why I have a specific DA provision that allows flexibility in that, and why that is shown in phase 2 and not phase 1, because typically if it's not final platted, then there's some flexibility, but beyond that understood flexibility, I wanted to be even more specific about saying that the city is okay with this alignment on the north boundary changing somewhat to accommodate these conversations and these potential changes. So we would be in the clear, I think, to make and allow the applicant to work with that applicant to the north.
That makes sense, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Just a little feedback and then I have a question. I agree that the amenities feel a little light. But one thing that did catch my attention is you made a comment that this would be a more affordable development. And so I was wondering, obviously it's preliminary. Do you envision these as rentals, for sale? Do you have any idea of what kind of part of the market you would target with these units?
Yes, so the single family and probably half of the duplexes will be for sale. I will probably keep 10 of the units, 10 of the duplex units for rental. They'll probably be mainly in just the 1 acre area there off to the side.
Mr.
As
Mayor.
far as market, we're looking, it's changing every day. And maybe a month ago was much different than it's going to be next year. But basically, we thought we could be in the 400 range, 4.25 range.
Wow,
So
such a
that's
shock.
a starting point.
Yeah, that's just is really sad kind of state of the market for everybody in Meridian. That is not affordable for people. So that's really hard. Thanks for that feedback, though.
So I don't know if this is a question for the applicant, Joe or Chief Bloom, but if we're going to have an emergency access off of Franklin Road, why do we need a roundabout or fire truck turnaround at the end of that road or that same location?
Mr. Mayor, that's ACHD requirement. They're going to require that turnaround there. We have asked the same question
Okay,
because it is quite a lot of asphalt.
unnecessarily. So why would we leave an emergency access then?
It's for pedestrian vehicles because there'll be bollards eventually when they close this thing. So only the fire truck will be able to lower those bollards. So vehicles won't be able to get out, but they still need to be able to.
Okay, please, thank you.
I promise I understand.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone signed up to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to provide testimony on this application? Or anybody online who'd like to provide testimony? You can either come forward or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom and we can bring you in for comments. Seeing nobody wishing to provide testimony, the applicant would like to make any final comments?
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm sure council will have additional questions and comments for you, so we'll let them drive from here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I do have a question for staff in regard to the outstanding issues. The 16 feet setback, that's between the garage and what?
The living area facade. So not a building setback to the property line,
Okay,
but the setback from the living area and the garage, which he's already showing it behind, but he just wants it to be solid in a DA provision to have that listed as no less than 16 feet, which staff is perfectly fine with.
Mr. Mayor. Step out.
Yes, Councilwoman Perot.
Council President, thank you. And then the applicant requested 2 additional outstanding items, and that's in regard to the percentages of street facing homes. Can you share with us your thoughts on that? I didn't see that in the staff report, but I apologize if I missed it.
Councilman Pro, no, great question. It was only really referencing the design standard, which is one condition, I believe, in my staff report regarding the porches. A 10-mile plan requires that at least 50% of single-family homes should have the second-story decks. So I put it in there to help comply with the 10-mile plan. So it's council's purview on whether they want to reduce that or remove it altogether. With the submitted elevations, and they're not massive buildings, I can understand if council were to strike that. I'm not going to fall on any kind of sword for that. I see both sides of that. So would some second story decks be nice? Probably. Would it increase maintenance costs for homeowners? Absolutely. I don't want to replace my first story deck. So,
Other questions?
Mr. President,
Councilman Burt.
I apologize. I had to step out earlier, and I'll abstain from this, the vote.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Burt. So noted. Mr. Mayor, you're back. I do have a question.
Councilman Hoagland.
And this is more for council. I heard and I agree that prefer the upgraded amenity for the site. But then I heard play structure and dog park. Are we arm wrestling to see which one it is, or is that an option that would be considered? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
yes, we can talk about this and not close the public hearing and see if there's some questions that arise. Yeah, it is a bit of a puzzle in this area due to the different land ownership and how that looks. And I like the term puzzle because they're here. And, we have to make sure the last one that comes in is gonna fit and not be left out. But I think the applicant did make a good case of how they're structured, and I appreciate staff taking a look at that north end and allowing some flexibility to make that move if necessary when that other applicant to the north comes into play. It's always difficult when whether you're the last one in or one of the early ones in. There's always that unknown, but I think we've known all along since Hensley Station and the next one and some others, we did have a plan in place of how that road's going to go and where it's going to exit and all these different things. And I think there'll be some other tweaks that are needed as we go along, but I think we've left a lot of options available for developers to work with and not lock ourselves in or lock anybody out, if you will. So again, I appreciate staff working on that and trying to make that occur. So I think with the changes made and allowing some options, it can work for me, and upgrading the amenity would make this work. As far as the second story decks, yeah, I get it. Maybe we look at their compromise that they had with the 30%. I don't have that language in front of me as an option. I'm not sure. It's not a huge deal for me, but it's something I would look at if there is interest.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
thank you. I don't want to unnecessarily delay the process, but I really would like to get bigger picture understanding of what we should be expecting from ACHD. And so I realize that there isn't a formal process to go through, that they don't have a plan in place we can reference. I know our staff has been attempting to communicate with them. I know the applicant's been attempting to communicate with them. And I would like to see joint communication with the applicant to the north with this project and with any other owners in that area that can be brought to the table. Now, if that's already been done, I'd like to hear more about it. If it hasn't, I'd like to see that happen before I'm comfortable making a decision. Again, it's not something they're going to put a formal plan together on, but to give an indication of or have a conversation about any challenges that may be being faced with the road network. And the reason I am saying this is because we've had many different applications in the past where there's been conversations about, well, if the road had only been moved here, if the road was only here, if the road didn't end here. And we now have an opportunity to to have that conversation at the front end. So that's my preference in this situation, is continue it until we can get some more information. I mean, if the applicant to the north really is coming in this month, I don't see the downside of us extending it for 4 to 6 weeks, but let the applicant comment on that, I suppose.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
sounded like that was maybe a question for the applicant, but I, for the most part, in agreement with Councilmember Pro.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Joe.
To Councilwoman Perot's point, some of those conversations have occurred. Not all of the new developers, just ownerships are changing pretty quickly these days. So, but minimally between Alamar and myself, obviously, and ACHD, and then the Newkirk neighborhood and ACHD, we sat down before they even pre-apped. And I don't know how much I can say, but I'll just say that the conversations did not go as I had hoped they would. And there wasn't as much guidance on where the road should go as I anticipated getting from ACHD. And that has subsequently led to some of the questions tonight, as well as even we've done 2 pre-apps with the other application now, and we're kind of going in a circle because people are getting different information from different people, and it's not helping. So I do understand your point. Minimally with the Newkirk neighborhood that we'll be submitting later, prior to that, there should be some discussion. In regards to the application tonight, I understand where council's going. I do think in this grand scheme of the overall connectivity, this one doesn't have nearly the amount of impact I think that the others are going to have. And it is on the west boundary adjacent to a hard drain that's not moving or going anywhere. So their road layout's not going to change. It is just a timing thing that you guys discussed. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Rowland.
Follow up on that, Joe, as the applicant described the situation, is the flexibility that we're allowing in this, that staff put in for that northern connection, does that work with what the applicant described that the other property has some limitations to? Does that work in the possible scenarios that could be out there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I believe they do. I don't see why they wouldn't. The issue is just going to be that applicant thinking that the road needs to go on one piece of it, and then this applicant saying no. Part of ACHD standards will help dictate that as well, about the radiuses and where they can connect to a collector, et cetera. You like everything to come at a right angle, but sometimes that doesn't happen, especially when you have the shape of this road's going to be. So the provision for this application provides ample flexibility. Yes, I will be okay with this application, 100%.
Thank you.
Council, is there any reason to hear from Christie from ACHD?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I understand this isn't necessarily Christie's specific role at ACHD, but if she has anything to share, I would definitely appreciate hearing it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Peralt, I don't know that I have a lot to add as far as the overall roadway network. I mean, we do have our plan, we have our long range plans that we look at for arterial and collector roadways. The entire county has been laid out on locations that we would like to see that network. When it comes to local roadway connections, we typically, it is kind of a puzzle piece. It depends on when applicants come in and how we do require through our code that the roadways have to stub to the adjacent properties, but we leave some of those design elements up to the developers as to where they're going to stub those properties, but we require them to be stubbed. So if a property has 2 adjacent properties to it, if they redevelop, we may require 2 stub streets to where that road can continue as those properties become redeveloped. We're in a bit of a interesting time right now in that we typically don't see multiple applications in the same area coming in all at the same time and kind of on top of each other. So I think that sometimes creates some issues as far as how is this going to tie in, because you've got designers going at the same time rather than them coming in after a property has already been at least final planted or designed, and they say, oh, I know exactly where I need to tie into this property. So I think that's part of what's going on with the overall roadway network. But typically how we look at it is it's kind of a first come, first serve situation. So if a property comes in and it goes through the process and it gets approved, they dictate where those stub streets are occurring. So whoever comes in after them has to tie into those existing stub streets. So we don't dictate where the roadways will tie in unless that's already kind of come in and designated the location. Otherwise, we would be designing the entire county, which makes it difficult.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strainer.
Yeah, just to give some feedback, of course, we in a perfect world, we wish that you guys could sort of master plan the whole thing for us. But,
Right.
I understand. Yeah, you may have some constraints around doing that. Yeah, I guess just how I'm looking at it, if we approve this, this will drive the subsequent development connections, right? So
Correct.
this is built around the physical constraints. If we approve this tonight, then the property to the north has to stub into where this road ends. And the same thing is true for the Alamar or the subdivision right to the east as well, and all the surrounding properties. So unless, I guess I would just ask Christy, did you guys see anything about that sort of intended roadway picture that was put up there that would give you pause? I mean, did that seem like it was just generally aligned with what you guys would like to see? Was there anything problematic about this one in particular that jumped out at you? Or do you feel like this just happens to be that they're all jumbled through the pipeline at once, and that's why we're getting this kind of weird chicken and egg dilemma? But if we approve this tonight, then you'll look at all the subsequent ones and make sure they connect, right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, that's correct. We would, as the next ones come in, we would require them to align with what has previously been approved. I can only speak to what's in the staff report, and the staff report is recommending approval of the current, what the applicant is currently showing.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strainer.
Yeah, just some feedback. I understand the dilemma I think people are grappling with. I personally think, as a general approach to housing affordability with a lack of an affordable housing program, part of what we're doing is creating supply, right? This is a project that's seems like well suited for the 10-mile area. I think it was a little under amenitized. Hopefully we took care of that. And then I think if we approve this, it'll drive the further connections. I don't personally see a huge issue with approving it tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Just comment, one of the things I have concerns about delaying is the fact that these investments are major investments when a developer comes forward. And I don't want to give various developers, not that they play the games, but sometimes, you know what, we'll just wait because we want you guys to do this. And all of a sudden you're into this situation where they come in and now all of a sudden they're going to have to change their development, because if they don't, they're just going to play the waiting game, and that's money that's being burned. That's they come in with a good plan. I think according to staff, and looking at it, it seems like there's a good alternative out there for some movement of the roadway to make things work. And that to me is something. I think the first one's in here with a good plan, and it's going to fit into the area. And I think Councilwoman Strader makes a good point. The only thing I keep going back and forth on is their waiver for the 50% of second story decks. So that one, do we waive it all, or do we just go with change it to 25% of the homes of street frontage and have their alternative one go. Because as you know, you do one and then everyone else wants that as well. So it's just that, those things that you're always trying to balance that act, whether it's you have them go in and everybody else follows, or are there things that are going to take place that we have no control over? So that's just kind of my thoughts on that.
Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I'm willing to give something a try, and then we'll see if it goes or not. Mr. Mayor, I move that we close a public hearing.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All ayes, motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0004 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date with the following modifications. I think we could accept the applicant's requested DA provision for the specific garage setback of 16 feet as described earlier. I think we could, in addition to that, specifically require the replacement of the bike repair station amenity with either a dog park or a children's play structure. And then in addition to that, I think we could reduce the second-story deck requirement to 25%. That, just to comment a little bit on that, that made sense to me just from a maintenance standpoint and the specific product type. But we could discuss that part.
I would second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
And a quick question for staff, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And yes, Joe, the ability to modify the phasing plan, that is already in the DA, that is already in the staff recommendation. So we don't need to draw that out, do we?
Also, that's correct, because commission recommended that as well. So I already modified it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion or questions? All right, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Hoagland,
Aye.
and Mr. Burnt, you were abstaining?
3 ayes, 1 no. Item is agreed to. And 1 abstention. Just for the record. Okay, thank you very much. Next item up is a public hearing for Burnside Ridge Estates, H 2021-0070. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, give me 1 second to get this fired back up. There we go. Okay. This one's definitely not an infill, so we'll plug through this. As noted, this is Burnside Ridge Estates subdivision. Applicant will call it Jackson Ridge Estates, from my understanding, but it was submitted as Burnside, so that's what staff calls it. Site consists of 6 county parcels that total approximately 120 acres of land, all zoned RUT in the county right now. They're generally located in the southwest corner of Linder and Victory Road. And theoretically, it's around the quadrant at the southwest corner. The comprehensive plan designations on the properties are both medium density residential and low density residential. Your request for annexation and zoning before you tonight is 121 acres of land from RUT to the R2 district and the R4 zoning district. And a preliminary plat consisting of 299 total lots. That's 275 single family lots and 24 common lots on the 119 acres. The proposed plat shows compliance to UDC dimensional standards for the proposed R2 and R4 lots with an average lot size around 10,000 square feet and 5-foot detached sidewalks and 8-foot parkways throughout the entire development. 3 new accesses are proposed to the adjacent arterials, Linder and Victory roads. 2 of these are new collector streets per the master street map, which is shown as South Farmyard, which is the north-south collector, and East Holstein, which is the east-west along the south boundary. All other accesses are to the, all their access to the proposed homes is via new local streets. The applicant is proposing to stub the new collector street, East Holstein, to the west boundary for future connectivity. East Holstein is also proposed along the entire southern boundary for future connectivity to the south for the future developer there. The proposed north-south collector, South Farmyard, provides a substreet to the east property line adjacent to 1995 West Victory Road, which is this parcel here. No other substreets were originally proposed. Staff recommended a new substreet from Pivot Drive to the north property boundary be included, which is this right here, and the applicant has revised the plat to show that. In addition, staff recommended that a new cross street from South Red Angus Way heading northeast to South International Way across the Calkins lateral in alignment with East Drawbar Street to create a compliant block length was also added. So staff recommended basically 9 and 12, lots 9 and 12 of these blocks become a new cross street. The applicant has not changed that and wishes not to do that, and instead is seeking a council waiver for the additional block length over 1,200 linear feet. The project is proposed to be constructed in 5 phases per the revised phasing plan, which is here. There's at least 2 fire-approved access points within the phase 1, so there is no limit on the number of building lots or access points. Staff has recommended including the clubhouse and pool in its open space lot within phase 1, but after discussion with applicant and staff, the commission recommended the lot and amenities would be constructed with phase 2 instead, which is with approximately 148 building lots in the first 2 phases. The applicant has submitted a revised phasing plan showing that, which is this lot here that has the open space. So between the first and second phase, pretty much the vast majority of the open space and amenities will be taken care of. The Calkins lateral currently bisects the south half of the project site, which is this here. And at the original time of staff report writing, I thought that the lateral was going to remain open, which is just my mistake. Staff's conditions were therefore not entirely accurate, and they have since been stricken to reflect that this will be tiled. The applicant and staff are still awaiting confirmation from the irrigation district on the correct easement width with the lateral being piped instead of being left open. And this would be only to confirm if there are going to be any building lot encroachments, as well as to manage the required landscaping within the multi-use pathway that's required along the lateral. Again, staff does have conditions regarding this in the staff report already. The applicant was submitted prior to the latest open space standard revisions last October. Therefore, the project was analyzed against previous code. Based on the proposed plat of 119 acres, a minimum of 11.9 acres of qualified open space should be proposed. According to the applicant's open space exhibit, a total of 12.19 acres of qualified open space, which is approximately 10.2%, is proposed, meeting the minimum code requirement. However, the open space exhibit does not include any of the parkways throughout the development. Now, should the parkways be vegetated per code, because per the landscape plan, they're currently not. If additional trees are added and they therefore would qualify, staff anticipates a much larger area of qualified open space would be part of the calculation. A minimum of 6 qualified site amenities are required to be provided per the old open space standards, 1 amenity for every 20 acres. According to the submitted plans, the applicant is proposing at least 8 qualifying amenities: a clubhouse, swimming pool, children's play structures, pickleball court, multi-use pathway, shaded picnic area, public art, and outdoor fitness equipment. The proposed amenities exceed code requirements. Further, the proposed amenities would also exceed the current amenity point requirements in the updated open space code. The subject area contains 2 future land use designations, as noted: low density and medium density residential, with the MDR designation taking up a larger area of the project, approximately 80 acres versus 39. The future land use designations are not parcel specific, as I try to explain at every hearing nowadays. An adjacent abutting designation, when appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application, may be used. The designation may not, however, go across planned or existing collector or arterial roadways, and they must not be used on a parcel not directly abutting the designation, and they may also not apply to more than 50% of the land being developed. Based on this policy, the low density residential designation can be floated, quote unquote, beyond the area depicted on the future land use map up the east side of the north-south collector street proposed, which is the South Farmyard. So in the future land use map, these two 40-acre parcels are MDR. This one is LDR. LDR can be floated up to this collector roadway. So this area can be 0 to 3 units per acre. Everything west should be 3 to 8 units per acre. Additionally, the plan does allow gross densities to be rounded up or down. Therefore, with the 3 to 8, it can be 2.5 or higher, and we can round up to 3 and say that it qualifies. West of South Farmyard is approximately 54 acres, and it contains 126 units, which is approximately 2.3 units per acre, which does not meet the minimum density of 2.5. Therefore, the staff recommended the applicant should add at least 9 additional building lots to meet the minimum density. However, to increase this number of lots in this area would require the applicant to amend their plat and propose smaller lot sizes that would likely not meet the R4 dimensional standards. Definitely not the R2. Therefore, staff recommended the applicant include an area of R8 in the area of the plat for blocks 2 and 3, which would be these 8 rows of houses. It would allow for some lot sizes smaller than R4. Now, granted, not the minimum lot size, but just smaller than the minimum 8,000 for R4. Commission and the neighbors, as well as the applicant, do not wish to increase the number of lots in the plat. I'm sorry. I've been sick for a few days and my throat is not liking it.
All right, let's go and take a 5-minute recess. Joe, how we feeling?
Better. I think I'll survive. Thank you.
All right, then we'll go ahead and come back from recess and let you continue your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologize, everybody. So I'll backtrack just a little bit. Staff did recommend, in order to meet the medium density residential designation, to include an additional area of our 8 lots and increase the density west of the north-south Farmyard Avenue, Collector Street. The commission, the neighbors, and the applicant did not wish to increase the number of lots in the plat. The commission therefore recommended striking that condition. Now granted, well, before I say that, council should determine if the proposed plat meets the intent of the comp plan and additional density should not be required. Should the council determine that density should be added, the project should be continued out so the applicant can revise the plat per my condition or some other format, or submit a comprehensive plan map amendment to change the future land use designation. At the commission hearing, there was one piece of public testimony that I butchered. I thought that they were not in agreement with the staff report, or sorry, with the subdivision, the project, but they actually, the Stetson Estates to the west are actually in support of the project. Following the commission hearing, there was one additional piece from, I believe, a Meridian resident that also provided support for the project. Its proposed density, and it desires to not have the R8 lots either, and keep the density where it is. Now, commission did recommend approval with some modifications. They recommended that council strike the condition regarding the density, strike a portion of the condition regarding a micropath connection on the west boundary from South Agrimony, which is this street, to this, which I believe I said should be in this location. But they struck that condition. They modified DA provision 8.A1B to require the clubhouse and pool with phase 2, which has been taken care of. Modified 8.A2B, consistent with the discussions between staff and the applicant, to offer the option of a shared agreement between adjacent landowners, and that is for the east-west collector street along the south boundary. Because currently, as it's shown, typically it's half plus 12 on your side. They are proposing, in lieu of that, to do an agreement with the property owner to the south to both develop that. I have not seen this agreement. I understand that it is in place, and staff, I have a condition in there that says that they will either do that or amend the plat to show half plus 12, et cetera. So we have that condition taken care of. Further, the commission did recommend to council that the existing home does not connect to city services, because there is an existing home on some acreage right here. Now, I'm almost done, I promise. The outstanding issues for council are quite large, typically, which is not typical. They are seeking a council waiver for the existing home to remain and not connect to city services, as noted. Again, council should determine whether or not the increase in density is required. They are also seeking a council waiver to allow the block length of Red Angus to exceed 1,200 linear feet, and therefore strike condition 8.A2D, which South Angus, again, is this road here. And specifically, when our code allows micropaths and pedestrian facilities to break up block length up to a certain point, and that is 1,200 linear feet. When it exceeds 1,200 linear feet, it can't. You either need a council waiver or you need a stub street, another street. So therefore, staff recommended a cross street in order to have another pedestrian and vehicular connection across the lateral. Further, council should determine whether the amount and location of open space within the project is sufficient, and condition 8.A3D should be then removed based on the applicant's belief that the proposed lot sizes of R2 and R4 offer ample private open space and subsequently less need of common open space dispersed through the site. Council, well, this is based on staff. Following the commission hearing, I'm recommending that we add a DA provision allowing the existing use of the horse boarding to remain on 3801 South Linder until the property redevelops consistent with the approved phasing plan, specifically because horse boarding cannot occur within city limits. So that would have to happen with a specific DA provision as time progresses per the phasing plan. In addition, any plat or landscape revisions that were not made prior to the council hearing. So like the landscape plan doesn't reflect the plat. I did not receive that in time for the commission recs to go out. So just some of the cleanup things. But I believe the applicant does have all the updated plans tonight. And after that, I am done and I will not cough anymore.
Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have a couple of questions. Thanks, Joe. Could you point out where the connection is for annexation? I think it was noted in the report that Brundage Estates is the only connection. Where is that?
Councilman Schrader, that's correct. And that is this entire quarter-mile block right here, which is our R4 zoning.
Got it. And then I don't know if we have this in front of us or we could pull it up, but I was curious if we zoom out and we brought up and dusted off our old priority growth areas map, where would this fit?
Councilwoman Schrader, I cannot answer that. I don't think I've ever seen that map.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It does not fit in that general defined area.
I didn't think so. What was the, do we remember what the westernmost border was, of which road that was that we were kind of,
Generally Meridian Road was.
okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. I just wanted to orient myself in terms of where we could cut that off. So that's very helpful. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
question either for you, Joe, or maybe later for the applicant. First, I missed that in the planning and zoning about not having the existing home to connect to city services. I remember a conversation that maybe the homes were going to be torn down. Is that the reason why?
Councilman Cavanagh, so yes, eventually they're going to become part of the overall subdivision. So that's why the applicant doesn't want to extend the water main for really no purpose. I should say to meet code, only to then have it be abandoned later on because it would then be within the subdivision.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Mayor, one additional real quick.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Joe, I appreciate, staff really encourages open space to be kind of centralized. It's not something that I always get really excited about. So when I look at this and I see all the open spaces centralized, is that for the most part, is that coming as a recommendation of staff? Is that the desire of the applicant, a combination?
Councilman Cavanagh, the open space code really pushes for the centralized open space. Because it is so centralized, and again, this is a bigger project, so you're walking half a mile from north to south through this site. So that's why I put in those recommendations to include some smaller but still sizable. One lot here is 10,000 square feet of open space in the southeast quadrant, and the northwest quadrant. The applicant believes that with those larger lots, there won't be as much of a need for that common open space dispersed because you're going to have a much larger lot. Personally, I guess I can attest to that somewhat. I mean, we use the middle school because we don't have a park close by, for our dog, but our yard is large enough that we can play ball with her in the yard too. So I get the idea there. But it is both code as well as I just think the preference of the applicant to consolidate everything. Staff did not make that recommendation.
Council, any additional questions for staff? All right, then would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening. My name is David Young for Linder Holdings. My address is 849 East State Street, Suite 104 in Eagle, Idaho, 83616. I just want to start out with just kind of an introduction to who we are. You guys are, I'm sure, very familiar with big developers like Brighton or CVH. That's not us. We're homegrown family. Family members involved. We all graduated from Meridian High School. We have several assisted living facilities around the valley, with 4 of them located within Meridian city limits. We're also the family behind the vertical view climbing wall off the freeway. So the reason how we got involved in this is we've been family friends with the Jackson family, which was this was the former Jackson family farm, a dairy out on Victory Road. Mr. Jackson has been on that homestead for 3 generations, and he knew that development is coming his way. He had it under contract to another developer, and had decided to move his operation, switch from dairy to beef cattle, and move his operation to Central Oregon. Contracts fell through at the last minute, but he was still obligated or under contract for his Oregon property. His son made a phone call to my brother-in-law. We ended up coming to agreement and got involved in this project. And I think that's important to understand, you know, that we have an attachment. My wife spent many a summers on this farm with the Jackson family. My brother-in-law did as well. So we have a real respect for this land and this project here. And with that respect comes along that we want to preserve a lot of what is on the property. So the things that we're going to incorporate in the design are the silos, the grain bins, a lot of the equipment around the property to pay homage to Meridian's agricultural heritage. We acquired the property in mid-2019. This has been close to a 3-year process from that date. We've acquired a couple other parcels. It was originally just 108 acres from Mr. Jackson. We acquired another 10-acre parcel, and then another 6-acre parcel, and then a development agreement with to try to encapsulate a full 120 acres and not leave a parcel out. We've had numerous pre-application meetings. You know, COVID was right in the middle of all this. That slowed us down. We also hitched our wagon for a short amount of time to Toll Brothers that tried to bring the Cedar Brook development just to the south of this. And then just working with ACHD, trying to get the roads right, trying to get the collector right. That's taken a lot of time. But here tonight, we're glad to be here to show you what we've come up with, and hope it's something that you want to see in the city of Meridian. So before you tonight, we are asking for annexation and zoning to R4 and R2 for preliminary plat approval, and also for our development agreement. Just an area of where the property lies. In the darker portion in the lower left-hand corner of that red outline, there is somewhat of a valley that goes through the property, so there is a bit of a drop off down to the lower southeast corner. And we do have the Calkins lateral that bisects most of the project. Our landscape plan, we did want to bring that central, trying to draw everybody to the center of the project. So we tried to design streets and roads that laid with the property and also alongside the canal, but also to draw pedestrian and bicycle traffic through micropaths and sidewalks. We are asking for a plat of a preliminary plat that includes 275 single-family home lots. Our average size lot is just under a quarter acre. We do have some 1 acre, half-acre lots, especially in the R2 section along the western boundary. Joe mentioned the desire to put in the R8 zoning. We would rather not do that. If we had to, we brought this slide just as a description or a display of where we might be amenable to do that, but we'd like to discuss that. And then the typical lot sizing for R2, R4, and if we had to do an R8 section. This is showing the connectivity to the arterials and to the adjoining parcels to the east and to the north. And then this is a colored phasing plan that might show it a little bit better. with phase 1, including all the frontage along Victory Road, and phase 3, including the rest of Linder Road. With that, I'm going to turn some time over, talk about design.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Rose, landscape architect with Kimley Horn and Associates. Address is 1100 West Idaho Street in Boise, 83702. Just wanted to take a moment to introduce and highlight some of the design considerations going into the open space and amenities and trying to create the sense of place and community that Dave was talking about that pays homage to the heritage of the site. As Joe mentioned, the current open space actually exceeds the requirements for qualified open space. We also provided a breakdown on here with the new amenity point system, and we're currently providing over 42 points against the 24 required for a project this size. And you'll see where those points come in and what we're trying to create with those areas. Also want to emphasize the connectivity. Like Dave was saying, we're trying to bring pedestrians in, give them access from all different areas of the neighborhood through micropaths, through the regional pathway to the open space areas. Primarily the 10-foot multi-use path that goes along the Calkins lateral as a regional parkway shown on this map. Even as we get into entry signage and the monumentation at the entry of the site, trying to showcase what should feel like a remnant of the family farm with the planting, as well as a windmill and some of the materials and traditional spacings of agricultural type. Right behind the windmill, you see kind of a layout of what would look like ornamental trees in an orchard to feel like it was a leftover piece of the farm. As we got into designing the open space and amenity areas, we wanted to do more than just large open grass areas or simple sidewalks. We wanted to provide something that's a little bit special. So all of these amenity areas are themed and trying to, again, pay homage to the heritage of the site. So instead of calling something, you know, the park or the grass or the playground, these are themed as the garden and the field and the meadow and the corral and the barnyard as these open spaces. Kind of the idea that, you know, on an old family farm, this is where the kids would run down to the ravine or go out and play in the natural areas. So like the garden, this is the open space that comes in from the primary entry off Victory Road. This is included in the phase 1 area. This is the area that includes the large blue harvest stone silo that's currently on site as a landmark. A heritage community garden, seating, and a path with plaques that actually tell the story of the Jackson farm, of the Jackson family, and how it came to be here. The field and the meadow, instead of just a park, this is the large open space, big enough for playing sports, for families running around. But also we have tucked away picnic areas, a fitness circuit, a graded meadow with art features, incorporating some of the original grain bins and silos used as picnic shelters and wayfinding elements within the open space. In addition, some of the seating along the micropaths is intended to feel like old hay bales left out in the field. The corral is kind of the play area, but instead of a traditional playground structure, we wanted the area to focus more on nature play and give children more unstructured play with boulder climbers and logs and ropes and water play. Kind of more an experiential play area instead of a structure. And the barnyard, which is the primary social amenity in the community, includes a clubhouse, pool, lawn game area, a community garden plot, pickleball courts, and a lighted fire pit area under a canopy of trees right adjacent to the Calkins lateral pathway as well. So all these spaces together, when we talk about central open space, kind of drives home the theme that we want this to feel like a heritage site or pay homage to what this site was and to the Jackson family and kind of create that character, a really special place in Meridian that feels like old Meridian as well. Now back to Dave.
Clubhouse concepts, again, we want it to feel more like the old barns on the property. So we've got a couple examples of that. And then picnic shelters, again, trying to use some of the structures that are there on the property, redesign them for use in the park areas. Home designs, we would like to see, we're not going to be the home builder on this project. We want to provide space for custom home builders to come in and do nice projects. You know, the home builders, I'm not having a hard time finding these home builders that want to be a part of this project. It's going to be something, I feel like it's kind of the answer to Meridian's answer to Eagle's fine homes. And someplace, especially on the half and 1 acre lot, someplace that some very nice homes can be built. Lots will be wide enough for 3-car garages on almost every lot. And nice wide laid out homes. Not all farmhouse, but modern spin on country farmhouse, craftsman style homes. There are still some outstanding conditions that we can discuss, and I'm sure those will come up in questions about phasing the finishing of the roads, the existing service to the home, the cross street on Red Angus, and any additional open lots that we need to address, or adding additional lots. We do request a decision tonight. If we do need to condition anything, but for annexation of our development agreement and preliminary plat. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Young, if it is about your third slide in, if we could go back to that where you kind of had, can't remember the satellite view. There was also one it was all yellow with the zoning. I had a question about some property. Keep going. Yeah, it was like way in.
Okay.
Third slide, I think, of the. Okay, here we go.
Oop.
That one right there.
Okay.
We got, of course, your parcel in red.
Mhm.
To the southeast of that is still rural urban RUT. Right directly east of your property, we show the connection to the city. So that's part of Meridian city limits. And you're requesting annexation, and that's your contiguous point. That development to the north, just east of South Linda Road, that kind of is a right triangle type of parcel that's under development. That is not in city limits. And
It is.
Okay.
It's a Corey Barton or CVH Homes development, and it's probably about 80% complete.
okay, so it is that complete half mile. When you talked about the half mile, I didn't pick up. I thought it was just the red part that was the connection, but it is from Victory, West Victory, clear to the end of the southern property of your red line, right? Is everything east of South Linda Road is City of Meridian?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure I got that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
this isn't necessarily in relationship to the project specifics or the conditions that we're considering, but market has softened intentionally with interest rate increases. As you know, there's a development that I think is going to be somewhat similar called the Keep at the corner of Eagle and Lake Hazel. I'm just kind of curious how you see your phasing and timelines potentially changing. And if you've been tracking kind of how they're selling and their absorption, if you see that this taking longer now that we're seeing the softening and not knowing how long it will last.
I appreciate that question. So the builders that I've been talking to, again, they're mostly custom home builders. The backlogs that they have looking for lots, they've got buyers that have been waiting 2 years for lots. And most of these buyers are not financing buyers. These are cash buyers. And so that's kind of the customer base that we're looking for. On some of the smaller lots, it will be a very nice upscale home, but it may be people that are downsizing to a little bit smaller piece of ground or a smaller home, but very nice, custom nice home. So I think that market is still there. It may slow down a little bit, but I've had no shortage of talking to these custom builders that just have backlogs of 50, 60 customers waiting for lots.
And I can speak, the Keep has no problem moving properties.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Stats that just came out for last month show there was a 50% decrease in purchases from the month prior. So just wanted to see what your thoughts were.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
One, you wouldn't mind advancing your slides where you kind of show the zoning breakdown of your lots? That one right there.
Oops,
You can
okay.
find. So I want to start, your project's very thoughtful and very well laid out, and I appreciate, I think the previous person who's providing testimony talked a lot about sense of place. That's something that I get really interested in. How are we creating community so that people don't pull into their driveways and create community within their four walls? They're creating it in their neighborhoods. And I think that you've done a really great job of achieving that. I am also sensitive, and I'm not as concerned about it here, but one of the things that we're seeing a lot of is that these larger lots, the largest lots are the ones that are almost closest to the large open space, where the smaller lots at least appear to be more further away. And so I'm just curious to kind of get your guys' thought process around that, because I think so much intention has been made on having this laid out. Was there any discussion about creating maybe like a pocket park or a micro amenity near some of the higher density stuff? And not that you're creating high density, but in some of the smaller lots as compared to some of your larger lots?
You know, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, we've discussed that, but the lot sizes, we really felt like everybody's going to have a big backyard. You know, I could have taken a different approach and made these a lot smaller lots and maximized the lot count here. When we did the initial look before we purchased the property, we could have put 525 homes on this piece of property. We were especially concerned with the neighbors along the western portion. You know, I attended the meetings when the future land use map was being presented in 2019. And this was one of the areas that most of the time was spent on that night. And questions from the residents of why medium density on that side and low density on the Linder side, when they really felt it should be reversed. It's been a hard project to make everybody happy, but we really think that this is the best design, doing those large lots adjacent to 5 and 10 acre parcels where we don't have that on the eastern boundary.
Appreciate that context. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Well, since our clerk is not here, I'll see, did anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item? If you would like to come forward, say your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
Darcy Dilly, 5205 North Sunshimmer Way, Meridian, Idaho. Hi, I'm Darcy Dilly. I'm a real estate professional with Keller Williams Realty Boise and a current Meridian resident. I was born and raised here in the Treasure Valley and have lived in Idaho for nearly 50 years. I was brought in to be a consultant and representative of the project, and I was also asked to meet with the surrounding neighbors of the project. From April to October of 2021, we met with all neighbors that were willing and able to meet with us. We met them in their homes. We sat at their kitchen tables and walked the perimeter of their properties. We talked to them about what was most important to them regarding the development of this property. In meeting with them, we met some truly amazing people who love Idaho, love Meridian, love the lives they lead here in this valley, and were articulate about how they felt about the project. The residents we spoke to just want their lifestyle to be preserved, protected, and respected. They knew the Jackson property would eventually be developed. It was not a matter of if, but more a matter of when, and most importantly to them, the who and the what and the how. I feel like Dave and his team have been very purposeful about being mindful of the neighbors' thoughts and feedback and creating a community which takes into account their concerns as much as possible. This has been a truly wonderful process for me personally, and I have been honored to be a part of it. Being an Idaho native, this is a development in which I feel proud to be a part of, and I believe it will be a beautiful addition to the South Meridian housing community. I know there are many who would love nothing more than to see the Treasure Valley remain as it is. But I remember when I was growing up that all you could see were lush, green, beautiful fields. And I know that that's when Idaho was truly at its most glorious, but that was my childhood. Unfortunately, when you have something wonderful, it doesn't stay a secret for long, and I can't blame others for wanting what we have here. We can't shut the gate. People will still want to bring their families here and experience our amazing valley. If development is in our future, then let's build lovely, upscale, well thought out communities to enhance the beauty that is Meridian, Idaho, and that will contribute to the community. And I believe Dave and his team have met the mark with this proposed development. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Mr. Clark?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I was helping some people trying to find an event for parks. Julie Langlois is representing an HOA.
Welcome, Julie. You'll be recognized for 10 minutes. If you can say your name and address for the record.
Wow, it's been a while. I am happy to be here.
And if you could choose one of the mics.
Choose this one. Yeah, it's just great to be back and see everybody. I don't remember the pickleball court in the original plan. I guess I just missed that. Okay, Julie Langlois, 3556 Rustler. As we stated during the comp plan, of course, we are disappointed that the city is pushing up to our 20-year-old subdivision. During the comp plan revision, we lost both on retaining the rural designation and on codifying transitions to larger properties, as Meridian developers were adamantly against codifying the transition. So here we are. The developer and his staff, especially Darcy, have been excellent to work with. They have been respectful, listened to our concerns, and tried their best to address them. However, annexations are important decisions, and in our reading of the comp plan, we also see a directive to discourage fringe, i.e. outer edge development. If you decide to go ahead and approve Burnside Ridge, we would like to have some input. Transition to our rural properties where we grow crops and raise and process cattle in our fields, while not what we were hoping for, is acceptable. The larger transitional properties were also offered to us early in our discussions with the developer. In addition, it appears that Mr. Young is endeavoring to build a subdivision which creates a neighborhood conducive with a half-acre transitional lot. We believe it is unfair to require a change in his carefully planned neighborhoods, which, by the way, have a long border with Stetson Estates, to meet the city's desired density in the northwest corner of Burnside. Increasing the density of Mr. Young's carefully planned transitional neighborhood will nudge the bar lower for Burnside. As to the micropath from South Agronomy to our eastern border, again, this is a transition issue. We've argued in the past that we grow crops, keep livestock, and we shoot, kill, and dress cattle in our pastures. Thus, we are asking that no additional pathways leading to our properties be added to the current plan, which was agreed upon by Mr. Young and Stetson Estates. We, as a long-established neighborhood, have already had to compromise in terms of size of transitional lots, substreets, and open access to our properties with the given easement. Again, we understand the city's desire for connectivity, but we are asking for a compromise and that there be no micropathway from South Agronomy Avenue to our pasture. We have a lot of respect for Mr. Young and applaud his efforts to create a development that truly raises the bar for a Meridian annexation. Burnside Ridge seeks to utilize architectural elements that honor and celebrate Southwest Meridian's proud rural story and to retain and protect the inherent value of Southwest Meridian and its long-term sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cowner.
Julie. Came all the way out here. I can't let you off without a question. So I appreciate you as a citizen who always comes and provides, I think, good feedback and thoughts for the council. And your work with the Southern Rim Coalition is to be commended. The Southern Rim did not testify at the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I'm just curious if you could maybe provide some insight as to why. This is a type of neighborhood that I feel like the Southern Rim Coalition has been asking for a long time. And I'm just curious why we're not hearing from them about this particular project.
Don't know why, because I stepped away in January.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Patrick Connor.
Say your name and address to be recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Patrick Connor, address is 701 South Allen Street, Meridian, Idaho. I just want to testify in support of this project. I represent the owner and developer of the 120 acres south of this project. We've worked with Dave and his team at Kimley Horn over the past 8 or 9 months as we've designed our application, ensuring that we are coordinating everything from utilities to collector streets to ensuring our boundaries match up. It helps that we also share a like engineer, so it makes that coordination that much better. I just want to give kudos to Dave and his team for designing a project that I think really matches the heritage and the character of this area. And I think they've also done an excellent job working with the neighbors, us, and the neighbors in Stetson Estates to field their concerns on this project. That's all I have to say about the project, and appreciate the time.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, next is Tina Dean. And then we have Paula Connolly.
I can't wait for the pictures. Do you have pictures for us tonight?
No pictures this time, sorry. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Paula Connolly. I live at 3878 South Rustler Lane. And I wish that every developer in our county and in the Treasure Valley and specifically in Meridian had as much concern for their neighbors and where they were going to build as the developers here tonight. They have a connection to this land, and it makes it feel like a community instead of just more sprawl. It doesn't look like all other neighborhoods that we hear about. They truly have spent a lot of time speaking to us. They have spent a lot of time, and although we as a community on the west side of them feel like we've had some compromises, those compromises have come because of the comp plan, not because they weren't willing to work with us. I truly believe if they could have put in 1 acre parcels next to us, they would have, but they just physically could not fit that in there. And I'm sure they'll make money at their development. That's what businesses do and should. But they're concerned with the feel from using several different builders so that it doesn't look like every 5th house is the same. And this valley does need an area that makes it feel like community so that you will go out and you will be part of your neighborhood. I only have one concern, and that's the east-west lateral. I realize that is ACHD. I'm concerned with how straight it is. I'm hoping that there will be lots of mitigation for traffic not using that as a thoroughfare. So, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you very much for coming this evening. This area has been one of frequent conversation since before the comp plan was passed. And we've had multiple different proposals, some of which almost exactly matched the property lines of Rustler Lane. So I'm curious, considering this is more dense, you know, along the east side than some prior applications. What is it about this specifically, other than working well with the developer, that is appealing to the residents on Rustler Lane? Because we've really struggled with understanding exactly what the concerns were on some of the prior proposals.
I think some of the biggest things are wanting to use, 5 or 6 or 7 different custom home builders. So it feels more like estate properties, which match the properties in our neighborhood. I feel like they've transitioned well. I also feel like the use of the silos and things like that, the farm equipment, it gives it the rural feel that's already out there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember.
I just have one question. Sorry, just one last question. So I appreciated your comments. I always do. So my question is, it sounds like you like the idea of this project, but I can't tell if you're for or against.
You know what? My stance, just much like what Darcy said, we live in an area where we know it's going to grow. Okay. Personally, I'd love to see it stay just like it is. However, growth is going to come. So we feel like we've gotten to have a say in this with them working with us. And the feel still feels rural. So does that answer your question? Yes and no. Anything else?
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, that was everyone.
Is there anybody else present that'd like to provide testimony on this? Or if you're online, use the raise your hand feature so we can bring you in for testimony as well.
My name is Wendy McKinney. I live at 6173 Silver Elm Way. And I just had to get up. The first time I've been in front of you was Planning and Zoning, February of 2017 for the Linder Village development. And I've learned a lot. I appreciate your service. I appreciate all that you've done. But if we could just turn the clock back and have this kind of development there, it's beautiful. I just really appreciate it. I have a brother who's a general contractor in the area. I have a brother who's a doctor in CUNA. I've been visiting Boise since I was a little girl because my grandparents were here. And the last few months, I have been mourning the loss of the fields and the silos as I drive out to an appointment. And this just brings me joy. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony? Would the applicant like to come forward?
I don't know that I have any additional comments other than there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this over the last few years. It's not often that you get to design a neighborhood that you want to live in. It affords an opportunity to come up with something that I think is pretty special. So I guess with that, I'll stand for questions.
Councilman Hoagland.
Question, Mr. Young, one of the people testified, talked about the east-west lateral 2 straight. Are you looking at doing some sort of traffic calming, bulb outs, anything that ACHD approves? I mean, you are requesting a waiver for the block length, but what are you doing to kind of not have that be a speedway?
So we have incorporated chokers all along the project and on any of the longer roads and on that collector. Especially because it has a curve at the beginning and just a curve at the end, but providing chokers at the where the streets meet to slow down traffic.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And I think the other issue was the micropath. not coming, what does that look like? What does the end of the path look like?
So I think that, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hogan, I think that path that they're talking, referring to was the one on agronomy going to, and I believe that was
Yeah.
stricken from the agreement. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Pro.
So perhaps this was addressed and I missed it, but there was a slide in here that showed potential R8 area. And is that the area you are proposing if council decides we've got to ask for that? Or is that, have you changed your mind about doing that? I wanted to get clarity because
Councilman Perot, yeah, we wanted to come prepared if we were, I don't want to say forced to do that, but in all reality, if I was able to bisect each one of those half-acre lots, and make them smaller lots, we would have met that condition. There was really, because it is based on where that north-south collector lies, that north-south collector has changed position 3 times with ACHD. And it started out on the boundary, the property borderline. Well, that's not going to work out with the neighbors there. We had a canal on the way. We have a house that's 24 feet off the property line there. It was supposed to meet, it's hard to see on the very top portion up here where it says Victory Road, meet Francine Lane at one time. And that would have made it, I would have had half-acre lots on one side of the road and 4,500 square foot lots on the other side of the road to meet that future land use. So we're trying to say that we're meeting the spirit of that there. And again, if it's predicated on because of where that collector lies, I think we're meeting the spirit of the condition there.
Council, any additional questions? I think you're off the hook for a few minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'm happy to please start the conversation. And I appreciate the applicant giving us a little bit of a timeline from when they started to where we got here tonight. And a good reminder that sometimes to get it right, you got to go a little slow, and appreciate your patience. I touched on this earlier. I love this project. Wish we could see more stuff like this in our community. And I think I believe it'll be a good addition to South Meridian, something our community can be proud of. I really appreciate the thoughtful approach, the little touches to the open space, to the sense of place, to creating community. Shows that even on a big piece of dirt, you can do a lot of really cool things to have our neighbors connect with each other. And so I'm very much in support of the project. It's also rare that we get public that don't even live near the project to come and testify in favor. I think that's telling that you've created something that has resonated with our community. They're willing to come down here and tell us they like it. So appreciate your patience, appreciate your tenacity, and I'm in full support.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
just want to give my view. I think my original questions probably were pretty revealing as to where I stand. I want to start by complimenting you, although unfortunately I won't be in support of the project. It's a beautiful project. It's really well thought out. I think it creates a sense of place that reflects the unique character of South Meridian. I love everything that you've done about it. The criticism I have is not something that you can change. It's just a question of timing. And the philosophy that I'm embracing right now and have embraced even in my campaign was trying to avoid sprawl. And I'm really concerned about this expansion of our city limits. This is not a priority growth area for the city. And we need to build housing desperately, but the more housing we build on the edges of our city, the more it exacerbates our existing issues with traffic, people commuting from far away to a new job. Lack of services in this area will make it worse. And I personally think that we have bit off way more than we can chew in terms of our capacity to educate our kids in South Meridian. And I, just based on the location of the project, don't feel that it's ready for annexation at this time. Thanks.
And if I could just piggyback on your comments, while there's 5 people, I won't be voting tonight unless someone knows how to split a vote. But I echo your viewpoints on this. I think the gentleman who got up to testify that the next property is ready to go after this one goes. This is really a key decision, I think, for this council. Is if you're ready to see more development in this area, well, this is a great project to start that. If you're not, well, then unfortunately you have to make a decision tonight in a lot of ways. I'm not going to say the next one has to be approved, but if it comes in looking just like this one as good, it would be hard to prevent future annexations and growth in this area. And I don't think that the issues that we were discussed when this previous area was previous application in this area was talked about was really the connections uplinder and the fact that those roadways are not planned or scheduled to be widened 4 years ago. Granted, less traffic because there's fewer homes and fewer density, but those issues are still, in my opinion, out there for the consideration and conversation. But it is a beautiful project. I mean, I would love to think I could buy a house there, but I wouldn't be able to. But I'd like to think I could, but can't. So, but anyways, I won't be voting anyways. I could have kept my mouth shut. But I felt it's important to say thank you for Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I thought I had noticed on one of the slides or Joe's presentation that there is a subdivision already approved just immediately south of this one. Did I see that incorrectly?
Councilman Pro, those are, it might be leftover preliminary lines from Cedar Brook. They just never got removed. If not, it could be the prelim lines for the application to the south that could come forward. Yeah, but there's nothing approved to the south.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
this one truly is a dilemma. You know, what Councilwoman Strader talked about and you talked about, you know, we've had a line, you know, trying to keep development at bay and trying to get the infill and have it move in an orderly direction. And yet, you know, when I hear from Julie and Paula previous times, I had to look out the window and ask, are pigs flying? What's going on out there? I was not expecting that. So, and the dilemma is this is an outstanding project. The amenities that they're doing, the thoughtfulness they're putting into it, you can tell there's care going into this project. And it sets the bar high if we're to approve this for other developments that follow. That's what we want to have. And I remember back on my previous stint on council when we were just holding listening sessions, I think in 2012 or 2013 in South Meridian, and hearing these things that they talk about, you know, knowing if it transitions, and back then we had no idea it would happen as quickly as it has. Of the open space and the development that does come out there, it's going to be quality and taking into account larger properties and those types of things. And I do feel there are times we're just missing out on some of these larger properties that folks can purchase that are coming to our valley. You know, I used to work for one of the regional health systems here in the valley, and you know, when you have doctors come to the area and looking for homes, there's not a lot in Meridian that they can choose from. I mean, it's just, we don't have those types of places. And it'd be nice to have more of them because that adds to that overall diversity, if you will, of housing. And like the earlier product we approved, very nice on Franklin Road. It's great. It's a certain price point. These are a certain price point. So trying to balance that and having areas that that Meridian is not going to be like other communities and just completely high end, but we want to have that diversity. And to the point for the R8, I do think, if we do want to make sure schools and roads aren't impacted, you don't have the R8. You go with R2, stay with R4, and make it a top-notch, non-dense development. But it is hard from that standpoint. I think we all agree it's a quality development, very thoughtful. But do we want to cross that line? And Mayor, as you point out, then the next one will come and the next one will come. And there are impacts to that. And but if we go that route, this one will set the bar, I think, and it's a high bar. And it's one I think that people in South Meridian, as we heard, are willing to accept. It is a compromise. And I understand that, being on a rural property at one time and now surrounded by houses. It's a tough transition, but one that you have to understand and hopefully have some control in working with the developer on what that looks like. And in this case, to their credit, they did have some say into that. So that I appreciate. So this one is a dilemma.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember.
I don't think I need to say too much. I echo the thoughts of Councilwoman Strader and the mayor. But I do want to say how grateful I am to the developer because of the deep thought that went into this. It's common, in my opinion, to have cookie cutter development happens probably more often than we would like, and it's really nice to see someone come in with thought, and I truly believe that it reflects the region and the area. I appreciate the comments that were made by Julie and the other neighbors that live in that subdivision west of this project. Always take neighbor feedback very seriously. Very thoughtful project. For me, it's timing. For me, it's impact of future development that will come in this area if approved. So those are my thoughts.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I agree. This is a tough one. I am in favor also of having some larger lots on the south side. We've been asked for those for a long time. I appreciate the incredible thoughtfulness that's gone into the design and implementing elements of our history as an agricultural community. As I'm sitting here thinking about the many conversations we've had about this specific square mile and this lot in particular, and multiple proposals that have come, and just kind of scratching my head at the support for this one over some of the others that we've seen, especially as far as how the lots line up on the west side. And but that's not essentially what we're deciding. It's whether or not this community the timing is right for, for what we plan with our comprehensive plan and with our priority areas. So as much as I like all that's been done, I am very concerned that we will invite some additional applications and potentially not be able to provide the services to those properties because we are intentionally not investing in infrastructure in that southwest area. So at this point, I'm leaning in the direction of Councilwoman Strader and the mayor in this regard. I just, it's tough decision, but we really need to move forward with the commitment that we've made to the community as a whole as far as where we're growing. And so I think that's the direction that I'm leading at this time.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
say this almost every week. This is what I love about local government. Hearing feedback from my colleagues, wrestling with ideas. It's always why I've been very reluctant about this priority growth area. When you look at this particular project, it's within our fire response times. Maybe with the exception of a middle school. That's debatable. Schools can handle the growth from this. As the one council member who lives in South Meridian, I think this is great. And this is, you've heard from so many people in our community about this type of development, and Councilmember Hogan hit the nail on the head. If this generates more growth that's like this in South Meridian, man, let's welcome that. Let's invite that. This is the type of thing that we're hearing from our citizens they want to see more of in Meridian. So I appreciate the feedback, but I think out of respect for the work that the applicant's done, I'm going to make a motion that we approve this application. If you want, thank you, Council President Hoagland. I guess first, before I would make that motion, I would move that we close the public hearing on item number 2, Burnside Ridge Estates, file number H-2021-0070.
Second the motion.
Have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
All right, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I'll give fellow council members or maybe staff an opportunity to correct me if I bungle this up too much. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2021-0070 as presented in the staff report for the hearing of June 7th, 2022, with the following modifications. That the existing house not have to connect to city services. In agreement with the applicant's request and the commission's recommendation to strike condition 8A2A regarding the addition of the R8. To provide the council waiver on the block length requirements. Modifying DA provision number 8A1D to concur with the staff's recommendation. I'm in agreement with where the open space is. I'd like to see a little bit more. I think the response from the applicant is sufficient. To add the DA provision that would allow the existing use of horse boarding to remain until the property redevelops, which is consistent with the approved phasing plan. And I think that's it. Any other questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Second the motion
I
for.
have a motion, a second. For discussion. Yes, Joe.
There were a couple additional from the applicant. One being the phasing plan of the, what is it? Oh, wait, I made a slide for this. Hold on. I thought ahead. Never mind. Oh, wait, that does. No, the additional one would be regarding the phasing in the terms of frontage improvements. Staff currently has a provision, a condition requiring that all landscape buffers and are constructed along the Linder Road and Victory. The applicant is proposing to do that with the caveat of they're including Victory, but not Linder, except for basically per the phasing. So they want to do the frontage improvements per the phasing. So phase one will include the Victory Road improvements, a portion of Linder, but then not in front of the existing home, and then not until phase, I believe, 3 or 4 for the southeast corner.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification,
Councilman Cavanagh.
and staff's recommending all of it to occur within phase one.
Yes, that's typical. That's why we
Yeah.
included it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in agreement with staff's recommendation on that, so that's why I didn't make that modification in my motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
was there anything in the motion that had to do with the condition about Red Angus Way to exceed 1,200 linear feet? Did you-
Mr. Mayor, I believe that was captured within my motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
would the motion maker include the applicant's agreement to that traffic calming will be conducted on that? It's part of the record, so I don't know if we need to do that, but that would be part of it. So,
Is there further discussion on the motion? Right, the Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
No.
Burnt, Perot,
No.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
2 ayes, 3 noes, motion fails.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I will make a motion. I'm sad to make it. It is a beautiful project. But that being said, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to deny file number H 2021-0070 as presented in today's hearing date for the following reasons. The first reason is it's not in the city's best interest at this time. The rationale for that, as described previously, is that this is not a logical expansion of city limits at this time. The property that connects through annexation doesn't even have a plat recorded since it was approved in 2016. At this point, it doesn't make sense to extend development here. And I could go on, but I think that's the basic rationale.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I just wanted to say that we have made the same decision on other applications. That this isn't particular to, for me, this is not particular to this developer and really has nothing to do with how well it's designed. It's just simply that we've told other applicants as well that this isn't the right time because of the decisions that we've already made as a city that are bigger and above and beyond this application. So I just wanted to state that so that it doesn't become a concern that it has something to do with this particular application.
Is there any further comments? Then clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
No.
Hoagland.
No.
3 ayes, 2 noes, motion passes. Thank you. Council, do we need to take a break?
Good.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break before the remaining items for the evening. Yeah, but right. Let's go ahead and get going with our next items this evening. So we'll come back from recess. Next item up is a public hearing for Grayson subdivision H 2022-0014. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that time. I was able to scarf down some food, so I appreciate it. Next two should be simpler, I hope. Yeah, and first one is for Grayson subdivision, request for annexation and zoning and preliminary plat. The site consists of 3.1 acres, currently zoned RUT in the county, located near the northeast corner of Amity and Locust Grove. Future land use designation on the property is medium density residential. The request for annexation and zoning is for 3.39 acres of land to the R8 zoning district, and a preliminary plat consisting of 15 single-family building lots and 3 common lots on 3.1 acres. The proposed plat for the 15 units on 3 acres constitutes gross density of 4.8 units per acre, which is consistent with the MDR designation. Minimum building lot size is 5,489 square feet, with an average lot size of approximately 6,200 square feet. It's nearly 1,500 square feet above the minimum lot size for the requested R8 zoning district. So I just put that note in there to say he's not proposing the minimum lot sizes. The adjacent estancia subdivision is of lower density and has larger building lots than what are proposed with this project. There are no more than 2 building lots proposed adjacent to any single existing estancia lot along the north boundary. Furthermore, there are 6 building lots within estancia along the north boundary, where the applicant has proposed 7 building lots and 1 common lot with this project. Therefore, staff does not find the difference of 1 building lot along this boundary sufficient to be significant enough of a difference to recommend any lot count revision. Consistent with the existing estancia development, the applicant is proposing to continue the parkways and detached sidewalks into this development, this is better image for that. The applicant is also proposing a micropath at the southwest corner of the property to add a pedestrian connection from within this subdivision to the required multi-use pathway along Amity. Per the master pathways plan and the pathways coordinator, a 10-foot multi-use pathway is required along East Amity frontage. This required pathway should be located within the required landscape buffer and outside of the ACHD right-of-way. Applicant is showing this pathway along Amity with their revised plat. So this one now has the pathway outside of their right-of-way. The plat complies with all UDC dimensional standards except for the block length of Grayson. The proposed block length is approximately 550 feet. UDC allows a maximum dead-end street length of 500 feet without a council waiver. Due to constraints of the existing development, and which is an arterial street as a border to the south, no additional stub streets, and the project's proximity to the intersection of Amity and Locust Grove, staff finds that a council waiver is applicable in this case. Further, the only lot left to the west is, it's been a week. The only lot left is the one directly to the west at the hard corner that could redevelop in the future, but would have minimal lots and only extend the public road, another 100 feet at the most. Access is proposed via extension of the existing substreet East Grayson, which is sub to the east property boundary. It is proposed to be extended into the site and terminate in a was originally proposed to be a hammerhead type turnaround, encumbering 1 building lot, which is shown here, lot 7. ACHD did deny that type of temporary turnaround, and it was instead requiring a temporary cul-de-sac, which is in this one, and encumbers lot 7 and lot 8. Staff did anticipate this and already had a condition of approval within the staff report. There was one piece of written testimony, which was from Mr. and Mrs. Jimenez. They voiced their concerns over losing their view. I'm assuming there we go, right there, looking south. They also desire for the applicant to replace the existing fence along the north boundary, as they said it's in disrepair. And they wanted to note that there's an existing large willow tree on the property they would hope is going to be retained. After that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff? All right, does the applicant like to come forward? Yeah, nice to see you.
See you, Mayor and Council. Matt Schultz, 4914 South Calusa Avenue. Been a while since I've been here, and it's good to be representing not a very large project. You need one of these every once in a while. So I actually live in the area and I've done a lot of subdivisions in this area of South Meridian. Love it. I love the fact I live right across the street. I love the fact that Albertsons is opening pretty soon right down the road. It's gonna be awesome. This is to appease some of the neighbors. We just kind of came in and said, hey, we'll do some single stories on the north side, which is what's already on the north side of us, some single stories. So if that's a problem, we've offered that up as well within a development agreement to do single stories on the north tier of lots. But other than that, I think it fits in real well. There's some good product that fits on this, and it's just pretty obviously straightforward. And we agree with staff's recommendations for approval, and we'll stand for any questions.
Matt, council, any questions?
Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
Matt, are you going to put in a new fence, please?
Sorry, I forgot about that, Mayor and Councilwoman Strader. This is similar to another project where we look at some sections, and if there's like a really bad section, we'd obviously go in and repair it and fix it. But I think to replace 6 people's fence, if 5 of them are still okay, then we're probably appropriate. If one person's complaining about their fence, we'd certainly look at their fence. As far as a willow tree around the boundary, we'll look at that willow tree. Willows are considered kind of a trash tree, and they tend to kind of get old and want to fall down sooner than later. So I can't guarantee that one will stay, but if it looks like it's good, it will stay. But we like to save trees if we can. But the fence, to replace that whole north fence, I've looked at it. A lot of it's still good. And we replace any bad sections.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
regarding the fire truck turnaround, if you have to lose 2 of those lots, are you still good?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilwoman Peralt, it's one of those things where we think the property to the west will probably, now that we're extending road and sewer services, will probably redevelop sooner than later. And the roundabout's going in, it's going to be nice with the roundabout going out sooner than later as well. I think they're at 50% drawings right now on the roundabout. That sidewalk's going to go all the way around the corner and attach into ours and will be continuous. So we think that little piece is going to redevelop, at which time we'll be able to pull building permits and take that out. But until that road does redevelop, there'll be a building permit restriction on 2 of those lots for that temporary turnaround. Which it is what it is.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Clerk, we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. If there's anybody present who'd like to provide testimony, if you'd like to come forward at this time, or if there's anybody online who'd like to provide testimony, you can use the raise your hand feature. Not seeing anybody. Would the applicant like to make any final comments? Okay. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing on item number 3, H 2022-0014.
Motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff and applicant testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0014 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of June 7th, 2022, with all of the conditions as noted in the staff report.
Second.
I have motion and a second to approve this item. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Byrne, Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thanks. And Matt, if you can, I know Mary McPherson really would like to get city services. So since you're doing all the work in South Meridian, anything you can do to make that connection down there would be really appreciated. I know.
Good night.
Thanks. Okay, next item up is public hearing for Fernie subdivision H 2021-0103. Open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My last one, then you guys can get rid of me. We have annexation zoning and preliminary plat again. Site consists of 5.1 acres of land currently zoned RUT in the county, located near the half-mile mark on the north side of East Franklin between Eagle and Cloverdale. The subject site was denied annexation and zoning approval in 2020, but because it was denied because no development plan was accompanied with the annexation request. but the applicant withdrew the application before the findings of denial were approved by City Council. The future land use designation on the site is industrial, as is to the east, all the way to the east. The annexation and zoning request is for 5.64 acres of land with the request for the IL zoning district consistent with the zoning to the west. It includes a preliminary plat consisting of 2 building lots on 4.93 acres of land in the requested IL zoning district. In addition, the applicant is seeking a council waiver to reduce a required landscape use buffer per the specific use standards for the proposed use of self-service storage facility. That'd be just along the east boundary. The applicant is proposing to annex the property into the city with the IL district and propose 2 different uses on the property, self-storage on the south end and flex space on the north end. Both of these uses are listed as anticipated uses within the future land use designation of industrial. And for the proposal of the IL zoning district, it also complies with the industrial future land use. Both uses proposed are subject to specific use standards. According to the submitted plan, staff finds that proposed self-service storage facility complies with all specific use standards except for the requirement to screen the property and a minimum 25-foot buffer to any residential use. It is unclear on the submitted plans whether any fencing is proposed, hence the requirement to screen the property. I'm not sure if they're complying with. The applicant should clarify this and provide any exhibit showing the type of fencing or wall proposed to satisfy this requirement. As noted above, the applicant is proposing and requesting a reduced buffer along the east boundary. They were proposing a 15-foot buffer adjacent to the residential use along the east side. Reducing a landscape use buffer requires a city council waiver and is not eligible for alternative compliance. According to the resident's child to the east, it is not anticipated for their parents to be in this location long-term, and this property is also shown as industrial on the future land use map. Staff is recommending denser landscaping as proposed along the first 150 feet of this buffer, measured from the back of the required street buffer. So in total, it would be 185 feet from the back of sidewalk with denser landscaping. Further, the applicant is required to provide a solid fence or wall to satisfy these specific use standards. With staff's recommendation, the inclusion of the specific use standards and the fact that the property to the east is planned for industrial in the future, staff is supportive of the reduced buffer of 10 feet. The proposed building lots meet all UDC dimensional standards for the requested IL zoning district for setbacks, building height, and the proposed uses comply with the UDC subdivision standards. Main access to the project is proposed via 2 driveway connections to the extension of East Lanark, which bisects the property. It is stubbed to the west boundary currently and is required to be extended to and through. Lanark is not able to be extended further than the subject site because of the existing RUT parcel to the east. Therefore, the applicant is required to terminate Lanark in a temporary cul-de-sac near the east boundary, according to the ACHD staff report. According to the submitted plat, each property is proposed to have 1 driveway connection to Lanark in alignment with each other, located approximately 45 feet west of the east property line. No other access is proposed for the flex building on the north property. The south property containing the storage use is proposed to have an emergency-only access to Franklin, which is required by code by these specific use standards. The applicant has proposed an alternative temporary turnaround by incorporating the needed space for a hammerhead type turnaround within Lanark right-of-way. So you drew a circle here. The radius of a temporary turnaround will fit within this area here, which is why the applicant proposed the driveways in this way. This alternative was proposed after the ACHD staff report was issued, so staff is not aware if ACHD has approved this alternative. The applicant should continue working with ACHD on the type of temporary turnaround allowed. Meridian Deputy Fire Chief have given their approval of the alternative temporary turnaround shown on the plat with the requirement that Lanark be signed no parking on both sides, and the applicant has agreed to this. Buffers are required along Franklin and on both sides of the Lanark extension. Plans depict the required landscape buffer widths, but do not show the correct amount of landscaping within the Franklin buffer. Per the UDC, no more than 65% of the buffer area shall be comprised of grasses, and additional landscape design is required along entryway corridors, which is applicable to this site. Therefore, additional vegetative ground cover beyond that of grasses and additional landscape features are required to meet the UDC. For example, a berm or decorative wall or a dry creek design are specifically noted within code to help meet that additional landscape. Staff has included a condition of approval regarding this. There has been no written testimony before the commission or after. The commission did recommend approval. The The only outstanding issue is that none of the revised plans per the conditional approval were submitted, but that's because my understanding is that the applicant's design team got COVID in between commission and council and just wasn't able to get the plans to me. But my understanding is that they're in agreement with the staff report and we'll all work together the next steps. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, questions for staff? All right, then I'll turn this over to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Becky McKay with Engineering Solutions, 1029 North Rosario and Meridian. I'm representing the applicant Franklin Storage LLC. As Joseph indicated, this property is designated industrial on your comprehensive plan. To the north is the railroad. To our south boundary is Franklin Road, which is a major arterial, 5 lanes, curb gutter sidewalk. This particular property has to take access off of a commercial local street, which is Lanark Street. And initially, when the applicant submitted and their architect submitted to the city of Meridian for annexation and rezone, they had a single use on the property, which was just mini storage. And they did not have a detailed site plan or elevations. And the council indicated that one, they wanted to see 2 types of uses within this industrial parcel. And secondly, they wanted to see what the buildings would look like and a detailed site plan. So they came to me and we did submit a detailed site plan with a mixture of 2 uses. We have flex space on one lot. We have mini storage on the other. We did submit elevations. There is existing sewer and water in Lanark Street. I did meet with Joe Bongiorno concerning the temporary turnaround. I do have an email from Mr. Bongiorno approving the turnaround that is on the proposed on the site plan. And then I sent that over to Kelly Bruner at Ada County Highway District. And she indicated that ACHD will accept an alternative turnaround if first approved by Meridian Fire Department. So we are good there. We are showing the 35-foot landscape buffer along the entryway corridor of Franklin Road. We will be extending sewer and water through our site. It's right here. So services are right here at Lanark. Public Works has asked us to extend sewer and water to and through the site and out to Franklin Road. We did modify our preliminary plat to reflect the recommendations of the Public Works Department. There are 2 outstanding issues. We were asked to have our surveyor, he went to the center line of the railroad tracks, and the city asked that we take in the full right-of-way width for the railroad tracks. However, there's kind of a jog there and there's a school on the other side. So they're going to have to go out there and actually physically get permission from West Ada and then survey that in. And the whole survey team got COVID. So I did forward the email from the survey team to our staff planner. The landscape architect was confused on what changes they needed to make. I tried to walk them through it. So I did ask Joseph if we could add a condition that we will submit a revised legal description incorporating all of the railroad right-of-way in our annexation and a revised landscape plan prior to the development agreement being submitted to the city council. So that has to go to Joseph and be approved. There's one parcel to the east of us. There's a cow pasture and a house. There's an elderly couple that lives there. My client did contact them. He met with their son, talked to them about purchasing the property, talked to them about building a standard turnaround on their parcel. The son indicated that his parents are elderly, that they like the cattle, and at this juncture, they don't have any intentions on developing. However, once his elderly parents have to leave the property, they will be selling it for industrial purposes. And then on the east side of their property is the Ada County Highway District Traffic Operations Site. I got that approved through the city of Boise. It's annexed, zoned in the city of Boise. You guys released a portion of it that was within the Meridian area of city impact. So ACHD is going to build a roadway north from Franklin that will link into Lanark. So the only thing we'll have to bridge is that 5-acre parcel that is on our eastern boundary. So it is a temporary situation, and the temporary turnaround that we're proposing is better than the one that the Adler site has right now. And they're building flex space. And so it's a logical transition as far as the development moving eastward. I ask that the council support this. It's a good use, a good redevelopment. All these pieces and parts are fitting together, and we are second to the last of these old Ada County long 5-acre parcels to develop. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, council. Any questions? See no questions. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone send to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, Greg Fernie signed in. I don't know if he wanted to speak.
Okay. No reason to speak. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item at this time? See no one on the line that I know is for this item or otherwise. Would the applicant like to make any final comments? Okay, council, turn this over to you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
after considering all staff applicant public testimony, I move to approve file number H-2021-0103 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of today without any modifications.
I have a motion second to approve this item 4. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
part of the motion needs to specifically include the council waiver for the reduced buffer, because I can't make that as a condition.
Duly noted.
Motion maker and second both agreed to that item. Any further discussion or comments? And clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Byrne,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you. So the last, not the last item, but item 5 on the agenda is public hearing to consider the conveyance of approximately 0.73 acres of city-owned real property for a minimum price of $335,000 to the Meridian Development Corporation for redevelopment purposes in downtown Meridian, located at 201, 223, 231, and 237 East Idaho Avenue, commonly known as the Meridian Community Center in Centennial Park. Baird?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As you're aware, Idaho state law requires a public hearing whenever we propose to dispose of city-owned real property. In this particular instance, we have a purchase and sale agreement that is in your packet as a part of the hearing, and it's also attached to a separate ordinance that you may want to consider later after the end of the hearing. Proposed site, you should be familiar with it. It's MDC intends to sell it to a private developer, River Caddis, also known as Meridian Caddis, for development purposes. So there will be a separate purchase agreement between MDC and River Caddis to ultimately put it in the hands of the private developer. Public notice for this hearing has been published in the Idaho Press pursuant to statute. And we're supposed to declare the minimum price, and that has been set at $335,000 based on an appraisal. The hearing is for the purpose of giving the public the opportunity to give testimony regarding the proposed sale of the property. And at the close of the hearing, if you need any more information, you could continue the hearing and to a specific date and request what additional information might be required. If you have all the information you need tonight, you can close the hearing and then subsequently consider the ordinance. That's the last item on the agenda. So those are my preliminary remarks. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strainer.
Thank you, Ted. And I just want to say I really appreciate your focus at this point. You've served us so nicely over the years, and the fact that you're just like finishing out strong. So I have a concern, and my concern is there's a little bit of, it's a little clunky, the mechanics of how this will work. So I have kind of an issue with conveying this property to MDC, but we haven't actually seen the OPA or the purchase agreement and what that agreement involves between MDC and the developer. And so I personally think continuing makes sense because I have a couple of concerns and I think they will be addressed. But those concerns were things that I brought up before. So, you know, I want to make sure that we have the right to use the community center for as long as possible. I think that's really important for our Parks Department to help create a transition plan of how they're going to continue our city services. I also think it's important that we understand, I appreciated that we have the right to buy the property back embedded within this document, but what I don't see is the mechanics of MDC's right to buy the property back from the developer if something goes wrong. So I think it's a little bit of an order of operations thing, but that's just a comment, and maybe a question for you would be, what is the timing of the MDC agreements?
Good off, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Strader. In the audience tonight, we have representatives from Meridian Caddis and an attorney representing the Meridian Development Corporation. And I suspect that they have been making notes and can address your questions directly.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, Ashley Squires is also online. And
Mr. Mayor, that would be super. We could hear from them.
Well, why don't we go through regular order so we can take public testimony and they can address those issues through the regular order public testimony as they take their 3 minutes. I assume they all want 3 minutes minimum to talk about this. So, Mr. Clark, do we have anyone who's signed up specifically?
no one signed up specific.
Okay, well, then why don't we go to the MDC administrator since she had her hand raised already to provide any comments generally or specifically to what's been discussed to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I apologize, I'm not there in person tonight. I have caught the cold that is going around the valley right now. To answer your question, we had no idea that Councilwoman Strader would want to see the purchase and sale agreement for MDC. If we had known, we certainly would have shown the draft that is in progress right now. Our goal is, this should be approved this evening, is to have it on our June 22nd board meeting for consideration for discussion and potentially approval. I just want to reiterate that it will not be fully executed until River Caddis meets the intentions and all the conditions of the MOA, period. So that is what we had anticipated. I did not realize, again, that you all would like to see that because we're still kind of going back and forth with tweaking some language. Regarding the OPA that was mentioned, Councilwoman Strader, that won't come for quite some time.
That won't come until River Caddis has a full understanding of what the project costs will be and what the project that will actually be approved. We also need the CZC that we anticipate any land use entitlements with the project to be included as an exhibit to that OPA. So that comes later. In fact, just for your reference, for Union 93, they just submitted their OPA to us for consideration. So it usually comes several months after the land entitlements come, because that has to be included as part of the discussion. I think I've answered all the questions. Did I miss anything, Mayor and Council?
Councilwoman Schrader?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so maybe what would be helpful, thanks for clarifying the timing on your two agreements. I guess I would just ask you directly, are you ready to talk about whether your agreement includes the right for the city to use the community center and how the buyback works? And then, you know, any further detail on, I guess, those two items? And then I guess another question I had is whether you're going to have a condition for their financing to be in place at closing, or how you're planning to tackle that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, yes to all of that. Yes, we are finalizing the agreement. We will ensure that the closing of the financing at the time that we transfer the property is in place. We will also work with the city to determine, and River Caddis to determine the latest possible date in order for the city to be able to utilize the community center. I think River Caddis has said over and over again that they're more than willing to do that. We still need to figure out what that date looks like and what that schedule looks like, but absolutely we will work with everybody. And I think there was a third question or a third point, and I just forgot it. My apologies.
Yes, thank you. Ashley, I had spoken with Ted, our city attorney, earlier on my questions, and one thing he had mentioned is that there could be a condition that their financing be in place at the time of closing your agreement. I didn't know if you were requiring that condition. And if you're not ready to talk about that yet, that's fine, but that was another question I had.
Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader. Yes, that is something that we are anticipating putting into the agreement.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader?
I apologize because I do feel like this is a public hearing, but it's getting a little awkward, which is my fault. I apologize. It's been a busy week, but yeah, I think it makes sense. I understand the OPA wouldn't be ready, but I think if the other agreement was ready, it would make sense to have that available for council to review, hopefully in advance of your, obviously in advance of your June 22nd meeting. Just some feedback. I think that's it on questions for Ashley. I do have a different question.
We'll let the
I'll hold it.
next people that want to provide comment come up, and if not, we'll invite them up to answer questions. Okay. Any other questions for the Squires? Okay. Then is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony at this time on this item? Then I'll turn it back over to Councilwoman Schrader for questions that hopefully someone in the audience can come forward and answer.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to just understand 6-month due diligence period. That feels like a long time. Just wanted to understand if you need a 6-month due diligence period to actually finally move forward, and what kind of drives the timing there. And I don't think that's a terrible thing from our perspective. At least we hopefully have the use of our community center at that time, but help me understand the timing, please.
Sure. Hi, everyone. So good to see you again. Thanks for having us, or having me. Excuse me. John McGraw, River Caddis Development, 1038 Trowbridge Road, East Lansing, Michigan. So to answer your question, it was intentional that is long. It was a long period of time, mainly because we have a lot of work to do with the Hunter lateral. You know, we end up closing the
the irrigation line in October, and then we can't turn it back until April, May, and then we have to wait. If we finalize all of that construction over the winter, then we still have to wait an additional 2 months before we can switch over. So we won't know that we can actually build on the property until later. And so our past discussions about making sure that all of our ducks in a row, so we can get our financing in play and everything else, it kind of triggers that. So we set it along that timeline. It wasn't for an intentional purpose of, hey, let's just take as much time as possible. That's really what set us along for our timeline so that we can get all those things in a row, close. And then your second question as to the community center, that has been, I mean, we've been open on what that looks like. I think the community center requested some time ahead of time to let them know what our plans are to close, but really so is everybody, around the area. So we're definitely going to let people know when we plan to do things. But as to allowing them to stay there, of course, the details, the devil's in the details there, what that looks like. But absolutely, we would work with the city on what that looks like going forward.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hoagland.
John, thanks for making the trip out and being here tonight. I just wanted to follow up on discussions we've had, and I think you talked about it the last hearing about your willingness to help move some of the park amenities that we have to move off the site. That'll be part of the building project down the road. And you guys are still fine with that? I think at the time it was not to exceed 150,000 in those park amenity moves. Are you guys still good with that?
Absolutely. Yes, we had spoken about trying to work with the city and being further invested into the partnership that we've started with. So we wanted to offer that as a way to work together so that we can find a new home for the existing equipment.
Appreciate that, John. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Council, any additional questions for Mr. McGraw? Or is there anyone else from the public who'd like to provide comments during this public hearing? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schreier.
would it be appropriate to have a discussion at this point while the public hearing is open?
I would think that'd be the most appropriate, yes.
Okay, so I appreciate the feedback from everybody. I take a lot of comfort. I think that Ashley is confirming the rough outlines of, I think, an understanding between the city and MDC about how the community use of the community center is going to work, about there's going to be mechanics for some sort of a right for them to repurchase the property if things fall through. I personally think it would make sense to continue this to see that agreement. I don't think we need to see the OPA, but I think we need to see the draft purchase agreement. Doesn't have to be signed. I would take more comfort from seeing their conditions, just given that we're conveying property without any additional recourse or action on our part. And I think I'm just a paranoid banker. That's why I'm like that. So I apologize. It's just my history and my career. But I personally, as a decision maker, would prefer to see that draft before making a decision.
So maybe a question for, I don't know if it's legal, Ashley or John, if it was delayed till the 21st, which we would definitely have seen it then because of the 22nd is the date, so they would have had to publish that. In theory, does that delay any aspects of this process to our knowledge?
Mr. Mayor, the question of delay should probably be addressed by Mr. McGraw. I know that they're currently working on the Hunter lateral matter as we speak. Let's hear his question.
I didn't know who to ask. Oh, okay.
Again, so, the timing is very important of both agreements to continue this working forward. While I'm up here, I was wondering if maybe there's some things that we can work through to kind of make sure that the terms in the MOA that we're portraying then in the MDC agreement, that all those things that we're all saying that we're going to work through. I mean, we still have to finalize those, and your concerns are definitely valid. The questions are great. And I'm wondering if even if Ashley can also jump on, it's kind of add some color to things that we're going to have to make sure so that we're not postponing to postpone. Because I think, one, our agreement's very close to being finalized with, just based on all of our conversations. We've put these agreements right next to each other, and we've been working very closely, and it's been a great experience, I think, from both sides. So I'm wondering if Ashley can also add some notes to kind of what I'm talking about right now as to the process in the MOA, those terms and the like. Ashley, would you be able to speak to that a little bit?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, John, I hope I'm understanding everything correctly. I'm on cold medication, so my apologies. So just to talk about through the process, the only reason why we were targeting June 22nd was because we just assumed we would have an approval this evening. And we wanted to be able to get the purchase and sell agreement in front of our board to just have a discussion and see if they were comfortable with it. Again, not fully executing on this because there are a number of conditions through the MOA that have to be met first. And John and I have been working through what a tentative schedule would look like for each of those conditions. So that way we understand kind of what that timing looks like, when triggers will be pulled, and when we need to come back and have conversations with the council as well too, just to give you updates. So that's kind of where we are at this time. I foresee that, a CZC application, John, and please correct me if I'm remembering the schedule incorrectly, but we foresee having a CZC most likely approved probably late summer, early fall. And then that would give us the appropriate time to start working through an owner participation agreement with River Caddis as well too. And again, we can bring that back and update to, the council as to what those conditions look like, what that structure looks like. But again, we do need that entitlement first.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I don't think we're intending to hold up the CZC or anything along those lines. I think the request would just be for city council. Perhaps we could even close the public hearing, but I wouldn't recommend that. I think the request would be simply to see the draft MOA that you're working on. So you have to keep in mind, there was no MOA in our packet. So I'm just giving you a piece of city property, and I do trust you. I think you're a straight shooter, but we're giving MDC a piece of property. We have good connections with them. We have an understanding, but I haven't seen anything written down that reflects use of the community center and these other concerns. So I guess I just feel like, what's the harm in continuing until the 21st? By then, that gives us a good over a week to review whatever draft MOA is here. I'm sure it will confirm all the points I'm concerned about and anybody else could be concerned about. And we could possibly take action on the 21st, right before that board meeting. I guess, is that an issue?
That was my basic question. What does that delay potentially, if anything, from any government entity or individual's standpoint? Does anybody?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I don't think it delays anything specifically. Again, we're not on a specific time frame. I think we were just trying to expedite this process as quickly as we could, just to get to the next step and to close as many loops. I think the 21st, at least for MDC's point of view, to be able to have our meeting on the 22nd works. I will just kind of caveat that with our legal counsel has been out of town and is out of town for most of this week as well. We are working on some of those final details. It is not finalized yet.
So it will probably be next week before we could get you that draft.
If I could also say, so I understand what you're requesting, and if you guys need time to see that and go through it, again, I understand. My big timing is I have a window with 100 lateral, and I have a lot of work to do, and we've pulled the trigger early to do that. Now, if we postpone, there's a chance also that time doesn't come on our side and something else happens where this doesn't end up going through and then we miss another month. All these things, just as you're concerned, so am I. So I'm sitting on both sides of this understanding, and I want to make it work. I want you to feel comfortable with that we're going down the right road. But you know, we've pulled the trigger on full design packages of the 100 lateral. We've already set meetings going forward, and we, you know, I understand that risk.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just to put a finer point on it, from my perspective, if the MOA includes the right for the city to use the community center as long as possible, including during your due diligence period, if it includes the right for MDC to buy the property back if the deal falls apart, and if it includes a financing condition, I can't wait to move forward. I just want to see that reflected in the agreement. And maybe there's something in that due diligence period, because I saw a little gleam in your eye that we need to work out. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. But it seems to me like during that period, we should have full use of our community center. And perhaps past that date, as long as your site work hasn't actually gotten to a point that it makes it unusable. Do I have any misunderstanding there?
If I'm
Yeah.
understanding right, I don't think that there is a misunderstanding.
Yeah, perfect. So Mr. Mayor, I guess you're hearing from only one person so far, and I apologize because this has been really clunky, but from my perspective, on the 21st, as long as that MOA reflects those three things I just mentioned, I'll be voting in favor. I'll be approving that ordinance or however we have it structured. So you heard from me, so maybe you want to hear from others, but
Well, I wonder if there is a medium that we can reach possibly, where, I mean, it actually is mentioned that these things are going to be in the agreement if this changes by then, right? Because we can't close or we can't execute the agreement without fully approving all of the MOA items. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Baird.
Members of the council. I got 2 points to make. I want to discuss what's in the purchase and sale agreement that's in your packet, and that's the agreement between the city and MDC. It's been agreed upon. We are just waiting for it to be presented to MDC to sign. It does contain provisions that if the project fails, then the city has the opportunity to buy the property back from MDC. It's in there. The 6-month due diligence actually works in the city's favor because we will continue to own it during that time. So no one can tell us we can't use it. We'll still own the property. It's after the city transfers it to MDC that you're going to want to see some language, aspirational language in the agreement about how long they can do that, or they'll be in contact. I've seen this before, and a lot of it has to do with time of the year, timing of the work on the lateral. If the closing is delayed beyond 6 months, I can guarantee you the developer's probably going to be ready to go when they own the land. And that's just the way these things work. So I've talked to Steve Sidaway. I mentioned the 6-month due diligence. I told him right now that's all that's guaranteed. Of course, he'd like more. And I think you'll see that in the MDC agreement. So I just wanted to get that on the record that the agreement that's before you, if the ordinance is approved, the mayor has the ability to sign it. The mayor would also have the ability to sign any addenda that we would need to do if there are little pieces that don't match up with the MDC status agreement. So those things can be worked out. So I do also respect the fact that you might want the comfort of seeing what's in that MDC agreement. However, I want to talk about the timing. That's the second thing, is the timing of that agreement. It needs to be in the packet for the meeting of the 21st, which means it has to be ready to be published on the 14th. From what I'm hearing Ashley say, that might not happen. Might have to consider. So I'm going to leave that out there and see if anybody wants to respond. Question for me there, did I answer?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strainer.
maybe a different way to tackle it is, would you commit that, because you'll have the authority to sign the property over under this agreement, would you commit that if those 3 things were not in it, you would come back? I assume so. Wouldn't be in our best interest. Maybe that's another
I'll
way
do
to.
whatever what legal tells me I can and can't do where my discretion is involved in these type of issues. Even though it won't be that legal, it'll be that legal out there, but.
Mr. Mayor, and members of the council, the ordinance does specifically give you the authority to sign it. It doesn't say when. So if the ordinance is passed, yet the agreement never gets signed, I think the city council would need to take some action to rescind that ordinance. You don't want that hanging out there. You may have other legal counsel on the 21st, the 28th who have other ideas. But there is some flexibility there. It's going to require sort of a elements or persons agreement.
And I know that's the difficult part. Yeah, I believe in the agreement that we're all working towards the same thing, that no one is trying to do anything that they've not stated through that process. And, you know, whatever good faith we need to provide, I'm willing to do that however we can to make this move forward in a productive manner. That being said, we could do this for 1 week, because if, as Mr. Baird says, you know, in theory, they would have an agreement close, or maybe they could just work on those 3 provisions of what will be in it, and the rest, just so we can see it, and then do this next week. Even though it may not be the final version, you can at least see those 3 elements, and perhaps council that's representing MDCs in the room could just work out those 3 tomorrow, and then that would be fantastic. But I'm here to serve at the pleasure with my signature. So that's my role tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burton.
I understand Councilwoman Strader's, and I understand, and also really understand what you're saying as well, and what's stated by Ashley. I feel comfortable going forward knowing that there's safeguards in place that are protecting all parties. I would like to have this information that you're working on it. And honestly, it's the reason why I love having it right now approach with these issues, because of your high level experience with your employment you had before. So, but I feel comfortable, you know, with the safeguards that are in place. Looking at you and you're looking at me and you're shaking your head and you give me big smiles. And so I'm in favor. I'll approve, knowing that you said you're going to do everything up until now. I have no reason not to believe it.
Well, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I've been privileged to be part of the meetings that we've held every couple of weeks and early morning, and getting to work with the people and everything, and working with MDC and others. It is ready to go. And also I'm just really concerned way Councilwoman Strader, you know, acknowledged herself, her paranoid banker self, and I thought, boy, if I agree, am I buying into that paranoia? So no, seriously. This is a project that everyone wants to move forward. Yes, there are a few questions about timing of community center, and I believe those can be worked out. We can make that work out. We can move forward, have these things take place, and then all those smaller details, everyone agrees in principle, there's an understanding on that. And we just have to make that move forward when the time comes at the appropriate time. We just know things aren't gonna work to the timing of the calendar necessarily, but we just have to do our part and trust the party will do their part and so on. And I do believe that's going to work out. So I'm in favor of moving forward tonight, but it's up to the council and how I want to proceed. I don't want to delay it beyond the 21st. I think that would give us enough time. If council does want to delay, then okay, the 21st, we can have a report back and have some of those high level things heard, but I'm ready to move forward now, but it's up to the council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
reading the number of votes and figuring it out pretty quickly, and I'm in support of the project, but I'll just say this. Ashley Squires is on the public record promising those three things. And I have full faith in you, Ashley, that if you don't get those three things, you're not going to move forward. And I know we have a great relationship and you'll make sure that we get those three things. So given that fact pattern, I almost always would reject a scenario where I can't review something in order to make a decision. I don't like that at all. But given that Ashley has promised it, let's do it.
Oh, Ashley, if you didn't promise it, speak now.
She heard me correctly, Mayor.
Okay. And while it's not a solution yet, we did find a good option for backup for the community center with the American Legion across the street. Especially I think during the day for space. They've got two nice sized spaces that they've made available, but might have to work with some of the other people in there with the classes, maybe help find them other spaces that maybe work for their needs. But that's been a nice find. It just right now everything's calendared, so it's hard to find a good solution. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we close the public hearing on the conveyance of approximately 0.73 acres of city-owned property for a minimum price of $335,000 to the Meridian Development Corporation for redevelopment purposes in downtown Meridian.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding action will be taken under item number 7.
Correct. So we will first move to item 6, which is ordinance number 22-1980. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to Oaks North rezone, H 2022-0010, for rezone of a parcel of land located in the north one half of the southwest one quarter of Section 28, Township 4 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho. Establishing and determining the land use zoning classification of 12.02 acres of land from the R4 medium low density residential zoning district to the R8 medium density residential zoning district in the Meridian City Code, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing for a summary of the ordinance, and providing for a waiver of the reading rules, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Perot.
I move that we approve ordinance number 22-1980 with the suspension of rules.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 22-1980 under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot, Cavanagh,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the ordinance is agreed to. Next item up is item 7, which is ordinance number 22-1981. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance authorizing the conveyance of approximately 0.73 acres of city-owned real property to the Meridian Development Corporation, located at 201, 223, 231, and 237 East Idaho Avenue in the city of Meridian, commonly referred to as Centennial Park in the Meridian Community Center, and legally described in this ordinance.
authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute and attest on behalf of the city of Meridian, the sale agreement, deed, and other documents necessary to complete the transaction, providing for a waiver of the reading rules and providing an effective date.
Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that'd like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion? Councilwoman
Mayor.
Pearl.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 22-1981 with the suspension of rules.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 22-1981 under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
No.
Hoagland.
4 ayes, 1 no, and the ordinance is agreed to. That brings us to future meeting topics. Any future meeting topics? Okay, then do I have a,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland?
I might take a point of personal privilege.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, great. Starting now. No, we're just, it's fortuitous that it worked out this way, but we have a deputy city attorney who is sitting in tonight for Bill, who has given us 17 years of outstanding work, and just wanted to take a moment to recognize that work. We go way back. I graduated from College of Idaho, and Ted was there at the same time. In fact, we would have been in the same class, but since I transferred there, I just went 2 years. I had another class to make out. So I happened to find something circa 1981 in the C of I yearbook. So I just thought, you know, Ted, he was a good looking guy at one time. And now with the beard, he looks great. You know, it's so I've known Ted a long time, and it's just been fantastic work with Ted here at the city, and the service that you've provided to the council, to the departments, and to the citizens of Meridian has been outstanding. It's something we look to, we trust, and we're sorry to see you go. Maybe it's partly, you know, if we're the same age, I'm jealous, but it's just with much appreciation and well wishes that you move into retirement or whatever else is out there for you. Who knows? I don't see you just totally retiring, but just truly appreciate the work that you have done for our community. It was outstanding.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
It's been a pleasure. You know, I came shortly after you, Ted, but I think you and I had the pleasure of always engaging on some of the more fun projects for the city during our time frame, and some of the more fun people to work with, railroads, large agricultural companies in the state of Idaho on projects and large annexations. And so you're always there and willing to give sound advice and willing to, you know, work through some pretty tough projects on behalf of the city. And it was sad to see you go, miss seeing you on your walks around downtown through that, but you're always to come back and go for a walk anytime. And we'll be happy to entertain you in whatever way, shape or form. It may be grumpy old man, but that's okay. We'll take that one too. But congratulations.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Cavanagh.
President Yield. I've been fortunate to have a lot of different working relationships with you as a colleague and as a council member. And for many years, I got to sit where Jessica sits, and always appreciate that when you were up here, you would placate with my comments, sometimes under the breath, sometimes encouraging, sometimes calming me down. When I worked here as an employee, I always appreciated that you would explain both complicated and easy topics in a way that I could understand, both as a council member, as an employee. And I just think that you're a fine and fitting example of a great Meridian employee. You really care about our community. You're a fine legal mind, a fine colleague, a fine father, just a fine man. And I've really appreciated being able to call you a colleague and a friend over the past 15 years, and really wish you well in this next new chapter. You'll be missed.
Thanks for everything, Ted.
Mr. Mayor.
Great.
Councilman or Mr. Baird.
I appreciate the comments. Totally unexpected. I was hoping to leave under the radar. But Bill set it up this way. He knew he was going to be gone. And he wanted me to stay long enough to take this meeting. So I guess I appreciate Bill for that. Couldn't have asked to work with a greater group of people, and having met and worked with Kurt for the time that he's been here, and of course Emily, and we have a new deputy, Tishra, who will start on Monday. I think you guys are going to be in great hands. Bill has a good vision for the office, and I don't expect that to change, but it's been a blast. Thanks.
You're here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.